Okay, the meeting is live. We're recording.
Okay, we need a picture of me. Good evening, folks, and welcome to the 5 p.m. Village of Mamaroneck Board of Trustees work session. Before we start, I just want to note that we're down a couple of employees with health issues. So we got a couple of people on a disabled list. So we're doing the best we can today. I need a motion to open the work session of January 24th.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, Mr. Natch has moved, Nora second. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, there's a couple of items that have to be discussed tonight. The one is that Nora pointed out before the meeting started about the food scraps that was discussed in executive session, but was not discussed in open meeting. So we'll add that as something that needs to be discussed for tonight. And the other was an email we got on Friday and followed up on today from Mr. Sonoff about the purchase of trucks and that we can buy them quickly via a contract rather than having them built out and having to wait till 2023. If you look at the backup that Mr. Sonoff said, and you look at the conditions of the trucks, we will be, it'll be self-apparent why it's something that needs haste.
Mhm.
Okay, so motion on the adoption of the agenda. So move.
I want to amend it. There, in addition to the two things that Tom has referenced, I think the community fridge got dropped. Look, we didn't, so I think we need to add the community fridge, and we also, it looks like from correspondence back and forth over the weekend that the transfer station plans are going to change, and we're waiting for an employee to come back from being out on sick leave. So just a procedural question, should that be back on the work session? Because we're going to, I guess, change what the proposal is, or does it stay on the regular session?
We don't know if we're going to change what the proposal is, so why don't we just wait until the employee comes back and then deal with it then. If it changes substantially, we'll put it back on the work session.
Well, I would like to put it back on the work session because we still don't have any idea what the change in costs are. All we know is that they've gone up. And we've asked for that information, and they want to wait till they finalize whatever is going to be done, which I have no problems with.
Well,
But it should, let me finish, please. It should not be on the regular agenda for adoption when we're going to have to discuss it. So it should go back to the work session. It should not be carried, and that's where it should be carried.
okay, I'll go back to what I originally said. We don't know if it's going to change because the question was whether the man who's out, DPW foreman was going to say it needed changes or not. That was the question. I don't care one way or the other, but it just,
All I know is from Jerry's email was that it has changed and it has gone up. The only question is how much it's going up and what it's for. So we still don't know that, and that's why it should go back to the work session so we can get the information and deal with it in our normal course of business.
all right, that motion's been made and an amendment. Nora is seconding that with the amendment.
Yeah, yes.
Okay, Augie, call a roll for that.
Trustees Young,
Yes.
trustee Natchez,
Yes.
trustee Lucas,
Yes.
trustee Tofor,
Yes,
Mayor Murphy.
No. Okay, old business. Enforcement of multiple dwelling law, awaiting additional information.
I'm still working on that item.
I see that thing. Use of American Rescue Funds. Hold on, we'll put this away.
We
Dan,
had
is there an update on that?
I think we had a good conversation last time about some of the uses. It seems like there's more flexibility that we have as a staff. One of the things I just learned from the county conference call, New York, we had one of the guys about the broadband infrastructure. New York State is actually undertaking a study right now, community by community, to identify broadband access capabilities and identify shortages. There's actually a survey that they are working on that they're asking residents to complete. So I'm going to get some more information on that, and might be some communications outside of the work session to publicize that for public consumption and participation.
Does that mean, Dan, that when they're identifying areas that need it and they are funding trying to provide it, or that they're asking the local communities to provide it, or it's not clear yet?
It's not clear yet. All I know is that the study is underway. The survey that they are publicizing needs to be submitted by, I believe it was March 14th, but I can confirm that with the county executive's office.
Okay, so at the last work session, I thought we had agreed to take out that we were going to include the river gauges.
Yeah.
And that we were taking out the food distribution. And that does not appear to be in what is in the backup. So if that's the direction we're going, it should be clear that should be cleared up for the next work session.
Yeah, just,
And-
wait up, Dan, hold on. Let me just bring us all up to date on something. The village, wait for this to pass. The village manager has been pretty much out sick since the last meeting. So what we talked about, we're having them flesh out some of these ideas. And Dan, you're right, we did talk about having a food stabilization program taken out. But as I said at the start of the meeting, there are going to be gaps tonight because there were just not enough people in the field, to be frank.
Fair?
Yeah.
My recollection was that we were going to look at those things,
Yes,
but that we did not decide to do it. That was my recollection.
yes. I mean, we did decide, I think Trustee Natchez is right, to take out the food stabilization program. I think that that's definitely a correct statement.
Tom,
I just want to make everybody aware that as we go through the agenda tonight, Mr. Sonoff has been, carrying a lot on his shoulders, and so there's going to be gaps in the backup. Go ahead, Nora. You want to say something?
yeah, what I want to say is I looked at the draft minutes again today, and Sally really, I think, captured the notes. So I think we have a record of what we said. So, but we haven't, the draft minutes are still the draft minutes, but I think Sally was, did a really good job in capturing the conversation and what we had decided.
So there was one other
I
item.
agree with you. I'm just pointing out why the backup wasn't updated.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, one other item was the increases for the non-union staff.
Mhm.
You took that out and that has to be funded through some other, and if you look at the resolution, it's on the regular meeting,
Right,
that reflects what the board requested.
But just to be clear, I'm not suggesting anything is wrong. I'm just simply saying that we need to capture these things. And as we find the gaps, we just need to, as we move forward, put them in the right perspective and, correct them. That's all.
Does anybody have anything new to offer on these?
Thanks, Mayor. I had internet problems the other day when we were discussing this topic, and I sent an email urging or suggesting to my colleagues that at least I didn't mention any percentages, but I think a good portion of it should be set aside to the flooding issues. I'm not taking any merit of all the other issues. I'm not touching them. I think they have their own merit. In particular, we already discussed the affordable housing issue, but I'm not going to get to the others or which one has merit over others. I just think focusing on flooding issues, this is a one chance that we have, in addition to the other very good news that have been happening, to dedicate attention to the flooding issues, including the river gauges. But we're probably going to need some additional studies here and there. We're going to need some important money that, of course, we're going to try to get it from the state, county, federal, in other places. But now, as a village, I think there's a huge opportunity to use that. Looking at the materials, I think that they are covered. Sewer and wastewater, managing wastewater includes, definitely comes in, of course, properly done. So I think we should, as a broad stroke, keep our eye in allocating at least, I would suggest a good 30-40% to those kind of issues as we update our memo and we put in, we reconstitute this approach of what is going to go to that final decision of the board up and down.
Just bear in mind that there's already $450,000 for sewer rehabilitation. So that takes up almost half.
Then that should be reconsidered. I think part of the money, in addition to sewer, our main problem is flooding. Other than sewer, I don't say including, but sewer is getting enough attention. So this is our chance to probably reallocate that amount. So that's, but I thank you actually, Mayor. I think you're right. If sewer is taking that amount, then we should then balance things out, but make sure we carve out enough for just water management that will help flooding.
Along those lines, a thought that had come up is in the industrial district, we know that the lines get clogged and they're and aren't really of the diameter to be able to drain, to keep the flooding down and to drain the water as quickly as is needed. And that might be one aspect that has not really gotten on the radar scope to do, other than a little blimp. That may be something that we might want to consider adding on to this,
It seems to me that sewer is part and parcel, part of the flooding issue. It's the movement of water. So it seems to me almost a subset, one of the other. But if we want to talk about it some more, then that's certainly something we can do.
And also, we have to have specific projects to spend the money on. It just can't be put into a fund. We have to see what fits under the ARPA umbrella as it is. And bear in mind, we're getting another $930,000 next year.
Wow.
So this isn't just, we get the same amount in the next fiscal year too.
That's terrific. Wow.
Yeah, it is terrific.
I
Thank
think
you.
it's terrific, but I guess
Go
what
ahead.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
So, I mean, there might be things in here, like, all right, we're taking out the food stabilization program. It looks like we could take out, the broadband infrastructure at this point and maybe use the two of those, that's $250,000 for some sort of flooding initiative, but we have to have a concrete flooding initiative. It just can't be a nebulous, idea about flooding. We have to have something that we can do.
Okay, well, Dennis, I'll pick it up there. What I propose is for next time, following from the various discussions that the flood mitigation committee is having, we will try to pin down some criteria and some numbers, maybe some engineering, maybe something about the aquifer that has been always a question mark. We can pin down what are things that we have not had the resources to attend. So I do understand they have to be concrete. So we'll work on that if we have an agreement that this is an important issue.
Okay, the things
I have a question.
that's important to me. But the affordable housing is important to me too.
Yeah. Well, and that goes, affordable housing goes with this also because our affordable housing is in the flood zone.
Correct.
So,
Yeah.
yeah.
All right. So
I do-
with that in mind, Dan Sonoff, if you could note this suggestion and put it in the hopper,
Absolutely.
Mr. Natchez?
Dan, can you tell me whether that we have any engineering study or reports regarding the drainage system for the industrial district? Or was there a proposal for it? I don't think it's ever been done, but I know it's
No.
been talked about.
Not that I'm aware of. I mean, I think you're talking about an analysis of the infrastructure to determine like what the size of the existing pipes are, what they should be, that type of a thing.
Yeah, that type of thing.
Yeah, we have the inventory of what we have. I don't know that we have the other part. I mean, basically you'd be talking about facilitating the hydraulic flow in the system, but also trying to build some capacity within the system by increasing the size of the pipes.
So it would be helpful, maybe you could reach out to Kellogg Sessions and ask them what they think a ballpark would be to do such a study. Not that we would do it or not do it, but if we just have a number, it would be helpful. And we were going to reach out to regarding the river gauges to find out what the cost would be. I know it was $25,000 a gauge for 2 gauges. That would have been $50,000 4 years ago. But we wanted, there was a lot of discussion about trying to couple that to a warning system. And I don't know who to reach out to try and get numbers for that. Do you have anybody that has a resource?
I don't know that necessarily that there is one company that does both. It might need to be something where you combine the information from one system to be used in another system. So I think Jerry was working on some of the river gauge stuff, but I can follow up.
If you could, and if we can help, let us know, because that would be very helpful, I think.
Okay, I just want to caution about the flooding thing. There are a lot of theories and there are a lot of, everybody has an idea of why there's flooding. So I just want to make sure that, before we go down a road of spending a lot of money, that there is some engineering and there is some science behind it. Because I can tell you 20 different theories that I've heard over the years that I could, knock off the top of my head. So I just want to make sure before we spend, this largesse upon something, that it isn't just based upon a hunch of a community, but it's based upon, math and science.
Yes, it's a good point.
Yeah, I mean,
That's why I'm asking for the information.
Yeah.
I
But the
I
studies cost
agree
a lot of money.
wholeheartedly with you, Tom. I think that's, very true.
Okay.
Tom,
Anything else on this topic?
no, but can I ask you a different question?
Sure.
Solange and Elizabeth O'Rourke are here from the Arts Council. Do you think we could do the Poet Laureate quickly while they're here?
Yeah, sure.
So it's
Yeah. All right. So what is that?
2F.
2F. All right. Augie, could you promote Solange and Ms. O'Rourke?
So in the meantime, what's the next step? Is there going to be an updated memo? And
Yeah.
should we how do we pin down the issues about flood mitigation, engineering, what we need? Let's work on the next step.
But let's take the flood part. Let's get a number that we want to spend on a flood part. Let's take that out because it's going to take more time, and then move ahead on the other issues that don't take as much time and as much work, that we can move ahead of, so that we're not holding up the whole parade for this.
Okay, so let's have that discussion next time. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Hello, Solange. Hello, Elizabeth. How are you, ladies?
Thanks for having us.
Good, thanks.
I guess what we're talking about here tonight is replacing the very much loved Mary Louise Cox as a poet laureate. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right. At its last meeting, the Village of Mamaroneck Arts Council voted to move ahead with a search for a successor to Mary Louise Cox, showing that the village and the council support the literary arts. It's a volunteer position as it's envisioned. The requirements are in your document. And what we are asking is that the board would allow the council to move forward with a call for nominations for a village poet laureate. And the timetable is also in your document.
So by April,
Yes,
so the person would have to reside in the village or the town. So are we doing this in tandem with the town?
We've reached out to the town and they're gonna put it on their agenda. My guess is gonna be yes, because that both the town and the village appointed Mary Louise initially.
Okay, do they have an arts council?
No, they don't have an arts council.
Yeah, I
so
was just wondering, yeah, I didn't think they did.
It's gone
It's all right.
directly.
Are there people that readily come to that, and don't use names, but are there people who readily come to the top of your head who would fulfill a role like this?
I have certainly, yeah.
I do as well. I have a few.
Okay,
Tom, as you can see, there are some bullet points. The idea is that the poet laureate would really have a wide latitude. But one thing would be to participate in Poetry Live, and the council is preparing for the 21st year of Poetry Live, where high school students read their poetry, and in the dedication of the Mary Louise Cox Poetry Garden by the library,
gotcha.
at the very least.
Okay, I have no problems with this. Anybody on the board have any questions, concerns, opinions?
I think it's a great idea.
We all in unison here?
Yeah.
All right, well, run with it.
Thank you.
Are elected officials excluded?
Anyone can apply.
Okay. Thank you.
Do we need to vote on that in the public session?
I don't think so, because
No,
I think we need to vote to appoint whoever
yes,
comes up, but the Arts Council is just gonna look for candidates.
yeah, the Arts Council, in my view, and correct me if I'm wrong, the Arts Council didn't want to go down the road unless it was something that we were supporting, right?
Absolutely. We needed the
Exactly.
board support. And I also wanted to just give Elizabeth, if she would like to say something.
No, thanks very much for having us. We are really grateful and focused on keeping the legacy of Mary Louise Cox alive with the Poetry Garden, and also to usher in sort of a new generation of folks who love writing and want to share it with the community. And Solange has done a really beautiful job, kind of molding this application and all of the requirements. And I think it's going to be really wonderful to see who wants to step up to the task. We're really, really grateful for your support on that too.
I might note that Elizabeth does poetry programs at the library. It's one of the possibilities. Could be a possibility with the LMC TV. Poetry evenings in a public space. There's all kinds of interesting possibilities.
Absolutely.
Sounds great. Thank you. And you know, the concerts the Arts Council did this summer were just fantastic. I really enjoyed them.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Happy to be of service.
Thank you. And so please run with this and report back to us when you need action from us.
All right. Thank you all.
Thank you all. Have a good rest of your meeting.
Good
Good
night.
night. All right,
Thanks.
scratch one from the agenda.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Nora. 1C, filling vacancy for unexpired terms of trustees.
I mean, this is something we talked about at our last meeting. Victor had internet problems, so we decided to wait till he was back. And I mean, I think it's self-explanatory. It's the way it's done in the town and many other communities. that if a trustee resigns, the remaining 4 board members appoint the interim trustee until, for the period of that person's term until the next election takes place.
May I ask what the genesis of this was?
I think Dan actually put it on the agenda in, I don't know, it might have been 6 months ago. Our agenda's been taking a pretty long time to,
Who put it on the agenda?
I think Dan had put it on the agenda. I think, I don't know, I don't remember. I mean, I think it was.
Right. Well, what was it? What was I mean, what's the problem we're fixing?
The problem we're fixing is there are many people who think it's more democratic if the entire board appoints a replacement, as is done, for instance, in the town of Mamaroneck. And as is done in many communities in the state. We have a strong village manager form of government, and there are people who think it would be better to have a wider choice. No reflection on you. It has nothing to do with you, Lou.
Oh, I understand that. Although I wouldn't be here, but
Wait, you don't know that. You don't know that.
I wouldn't bet on it.
I'm pretty certain. And in any event, when I was introducing myself to everyone, Trustee Ford told me something that stuck with me. That although we call this a village, correct me if I'm wrong, Victor. This is a small city. It's growing. It's got lots of it's a lot more robust than the image of a village that we think of, a little bedroom community. And I think a larger community needs some form of an executive that can do stuff. And we're getting ahead of ourselves. I mean, I think that it would be reasonable if the mayor had a 2-year term, and the trustees had a 4-year term. And I think that could be something, but I don't think we should do everything by committee, because it just doesn't work. I think it's too slow, and in a large, robust municipality, somebody's got to make some decisions. And I think you need that's why you elected a mayor.
Well,
that's my thought about it.
In reality, with our form of government, it takes a majority to make almost any decision. It takes 3 votes, not 1 vote. And to your point about, I know you're a big advocate for 4-year terms, and the students are coming tonight to talk about it. Then the mayor, in this case, you'd be appointed for 3. You'd be serving as an unelected official for 3 years.
That's not what, Nora, that's not true.
I'm suggesting.
That's just not true.
Last I heard is they're suggesting that they may suggest a 2-year term for mayor, a 4-year term for the other trustees.
Let's get back.
Yeah.
Hold on.
So what you're saying is it would be.
Let's get back to the question at hand.
Okay.
Right. Because I want to clear up a couple of things that were just misstatements of fact. Yes, the town does things differently. New York City does things differently. We operate under the New York State village form of government. There are 500 and something of those municipalities in New York State. This would bring us out of line with every other municipality that's a village in New York State. We would be the only community that's a village who is doing this. So to compare us to the town, to compare us to a city, is apples and bowling balls. We're a village. We operate under village law. And also, you do not appoint somebody for a full term. You appoint somebody until the next election when they run. I was appointed in the town of Mamaroneck in February, and I had to run in November for the remainder of that term.
Right.
So
it's the same thing.
The mayor would not, that's not true. The mayor would not get the ability to appoint somebody to a 4-year term. That's just not how it works. It's appointment until the next regular election.
But isn't that Nora's point? That then let's say it could be if it's a 4-year term, somebody resigns in the first year, then they will be appointed for a 3-year term,
No,
whereas the mayor has 2 years. Isn't that Nora's
no,
point?
Victor, maybe you didn't listen to my explanation. What I said was, let's just say, like Lou here, if this was a 4-year term and I appointed Lou this January, like I just did, he would still have to run for the remainder of that term in November.
Oh, correct. Yeah, correct.
That would be fair.
Yep, yeah, that's how it incorporates. Yeah.
You're
Yeah,
appointed
yeah.
until the next regular election.
Yeah, these are all things we can fix. I
But
mean,
it's all things that, we don't have to fix that. That's just the way it is.
You know, I think that we've discussed this before, and I think there's a proposal on the table. We tabled it for a while because we wanted to get an opinion, and Bob Spalzino, our village attorney, got an opinion from the Attorney General that it's something that we can do under home rule. And I guess the question is, do we want to do it? And I think it's, you know, I mean, if we want to keep discussing it, we can keep discussing it, or we can end our discussion and take a vote on it.
I have a question. Is this something that we are going to do, or is it something that we're going to ask the voters to approve?
It's a proposal.
I could answer it.
law.
The voters have to approve it.
So we could run it, we could run against it in November.
Yeah,
Oh, okay, well, that's fair. I mean, I don't mind. I'd be happy to run against it.
and I will definitely be, but here's the problem with this and the other laws that you're gonna propose to take power away from the mayor. We'd be the first communities to do this. And, you know, there's this, you know, underlying nonsense about collegiality, but it's like, it's hard not to take this personally, because, you know, this is the only community that's doing it. And, you know, you have 3 votes. It's obvious. There's a block of 3 votes here. That's very obvious. But, you know, the worm turns. And it always does. And I've been doing this a long time, and I've seen that happen. And there are so many other more pressing issues in the village of Mamaroneck, from flooding to budget to housing, to then create divisive issues that are going to force our voters to then go and make a choice about. I don't see, as elected officials, the utility of that and why you think having that is a good idea and having that is good government. I just don't see it.
May I, unless, Tom, it were part of a package of changes that would relate to some of the things we'll hear about at 8 o'clock. In other words, you don't want to make piecemeal changes. We're going to change it.
But anyway, may I say something? This has been, I guess, been discussed for a year at least, year plus. And it's not really, so I just want to understand from Trustee Lucas, because I've actually been in support of this. Are you just withdrawing this, or if you stand behind it? I support it. We can disagree, and the voters, lets the voter decide. So I've been in support, and I don't want to change my perception.
No, I'm not withdrawing it. What I'm saying is,
Well,
we discussed it. Either we can keep discussing it, or we can vote on it.
I'm in
That's
support.
all I'm saying.
You don't need to vote on it. All you need is a consensus of 3 of you, which obviously there is.
don't know.
We need a consensus to put
Can
it
I
on.
finish a sentence between the 2 of you? Can I finish a sentence? Thank you. You need a consensus of 3 of you to put it on for a regular meeting. That's all you need. And you have it.
Mhm.
So you need to schedule a public hearing at the next meeting. Oh, that's how it works. Because just so people watching realize that what they're doing is taking away a power that the mayor has and that the mayor has always had under New York state law. But for them to do that, the voters have to approve it because they don't have the power by themselves. 3 members of the Board of Trustees don't have the power. The voters have the power to decide whether they want a mayor like every other community in Westchester County or not.
Certainly worth discussing,
Yeah.
along with the other proposed changes.
All right, so
So on for 2 weeks.
on for 2 weeks to schedule a public hearing.
Okay.
Mr. Sposino,
Provided that Bob is okay with the backup.
Bob,
Bob and Mark are okay with the backup.
Yeah, we're fine with it. The Attorney General agreed with us that you can do it. We just have to, finalize the law, and have it on the agenda for you.
Thank you.
So this is, help me out here. This is when is this public hearing?
no, what will happen is in the next meeting in February,
Okay,
we will schedule a public hearing.
okay.
So that's how it works. If you're doing a law, you got to schedule a public hearing first.
Thank you. Forgive me. Forgive me.
That's all right. How were you supposed to? Rental registration program.
It's the item that Jerry was working on. So I would defer to him on this matter.
All right, so we're waiting for Jerry.
Yep.
All right. Next up at bat. Constant, you're not, the three of you aren't gonna go for this. I'm just not gonna do it anymore. Take that off the agenda for now on, Dan.
Okay.
Intentional harassment of staff, it's not gonna happen. Zoning strategy to encourage and support all affordable housing. We're awaiting additional information. The river gauges, is there any new information on the river gauges?
I think we had covered it in the discussion about the ARPA. I think it might, would you like me just to combine these two items into the ARPA item instead of keeping it as a separate item?
Okay,
I thought we folded that into the our ARPA stuff.
Yeah, so I'll just, I'll make sure that's part of the fire.
make sure it's on a new offer agenda,
Absolutely.
and you can take it off this now.
We got a note from, the flood committee that they thought this was a good idea too. Just support from it.
Okay, 1H is the tree scholarships. Mr. Sposino, did you write to our friends?
The letter is on the agenda. Just wanted to make sure the board was comfortable with how we phrased it. Most of what we did was draw information from the tree law that you passed a few months ago. So as soon as you approve, we'll send it.
Okay, everybody have a chance to look at the letter?
Yeah, and I had one question. Are we making it clear that, in addition to planting trees on private property, we're also going to water the trees on private property? Like that's the scholarship, the tree scholarship part of it. It isn't just that we're going to plant the trees, but we're also going to maintain the trees. That's this tree scholarship thing.
We can make that clear if you like.
I think it needs to be a little,
Where would you like it?
well,
You know what I mean?
we're proposing, the tree scholarship is a proposal that we enter into a tree maintenance contract with the landowner so that the village can actually, or a representative of the village can actually go onto that property and maintain the tree. So I think that might be a little bit of a bigger ask on whether we can just plant the tree on private property.
So what is the vision, to continue to maintain them indefinitely?
I don't know. The initial goal is to make sure that these young trees get watered, because one of the big problems we have when we're planting street trees, if they're not properly watered, they die in the first couple of years.
So
I don't know if this is going to go into pruning as they get bigger. I don't know if that was anticipated by the tree committee. I can check.
Why don't we just put in so we don't have to go back and forth on this. I want to get this out and get it going. Why don't we just put in that the village will be responsible for watering for the first, whatever it is, 3 years. I don't think they put bags on more than 3 years. Is that? The state doesn't need all the exactness of how we're going to maintain this. That's a contract we'll be doing with.
The question is,
Homo.
can we maintain trees on private property? And
What?
The question is, can we maintain trees on private property? Can we plant them? Can we maintain them? And Bob will know what to say. I
Bob, what
think,
do you think?
I don't think you have to give them the detailed program with the number
No, I
of,
don't.
how many times a week you're gonna water them and that sort of thing. I think it's just plant and maintain, I think would make the point.
Okay,
thanks.
Okay, got it, Mark?
okay, so can we just, with that change, can we just have this sent out so we don't have to go back and forth on this? All right,
Yeah.
thank you.
Fine with me.
Thank you, Bob. Thank you, Mark. I think this is going to be a good thing for the community.
Yeah. Awesome.
Oh. This is on the work session.
No, it's
Oh.
different.
Yeah, residential collection of food scraps for recycling.
And Nora, I did add the resolution that's on the regular meeting to this. So it's, if you have the electronic version up, you can see it or you can.
So it is on for reg, it was on this agenda anyway.
Well, so the, the regular meeting agenda is to designate food scraps as a recyclable, so we can figure out a way of having the village pick it up. This is really just showing that we've gotten a lot of support from not only the Committee for the Environment, but a lot of residents who would
Okay,
like
so let's
us.
have that conversation now. So-
Yeah, yeah.
So what we're talking about is food scraps will be picked up at your door if you sign up for the program. The program will have a cost to be determined. Food scraps will be picked up at your door. They will then be composted somewhere. That compost will then be available to village residents to help their gardens, help their landscaping and all of that. So that really is a recycling of your food scraps. So it falls under the purview of recycling, which is how it's been presented tonight in the resolution, that this will just be a change to an addition to another product that the Village of Mamaroneck picks up for recycling, like we pick up paper and God knows these days a ton of cardboard and aluminum. Yes, Trustee Natchez.
At the last work session, I believe the village manager was very clear that we would be picking this up and then transferring it to the carting company that has the county contract. And it would be taken away. It would not be put into a compost area within the village.
Okay, I
Suggesting
stand corrected.
it is a lot different.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, would it help if I shared the resolution that's on the regular meeting?
Yeah, put it on the screen.
Let me know if everyone can see this.
Make it bigger.
Okay, I think that covers everything.
Yeah, I think it's in our backup too.
Well, it's not in the backup for the work session, it's in the backup for the regular meeting.
Can we add one thing that it was the village manager's recommendation we do this. Let's include that somewhere. We just didn't, pick it up in the air.
Okay, good.
Yeah,
Lou.
the only concern I have, and maybe it's a question, is that this is only for individual homes and not for apartment dwellers. Am I correct?
It was what we talked about, yes.
Yeah.
The details have not been worked out.
Every comment I've heard about this from the public is asking about apartment dwellers. And this is great, and we can start with this, but I think we need to aim toward expanding it to our apartment dwellers, because face it, 10, 15, 20 years from now, there will be more of them than there are now, and they will become an increasingly larger part of the community. And they're already in one place, and it's easier to collect the food. So I just think it doesn't make sense.
Okay, but what's on the agenda tonight?
Yeah.
And you make a valid point, and that point is about the details of how this will be implemented. But what's on the agenda tonight is just classifying food
Got it.
scraps as a recycling
Understood.
object.
Sorry to distract.
No, it was a good point, but I just want to clarify for the public. And we will be evolving this and we will be perfecting this over time. Just like we did years ago when recycling started. You know, when newspaper recycling started and can recycling started, you know, it was an evolution.
So may I
Great.
just finish my,
Yeah, stop sharing the screen, Dan.
no,
Then-
don't, please, don't, Dan, don't, Dan.
You need to see that?
Yeah, the last whereas, that's whereas in order to provide for the adjustment to collection routes, the village manager has recommended that it include that. Last whereas, there you go. Whereas, there,
Where do you want it?
in order to provide for the adjustment to collection routes, comma, then insert. The village manager has recommended that it is proper and appropriate. The village manager has recommended it is proper and appropriate that food scrap be designated as a recyclable. These are issues that are, we are giving the policy signal, but he's the one to tell us how we can do it. So that's why I
Okay.
think, and that's the genesis of all this.
All right, Dan, can you add that for the regular meeting?
I think, Sally, do you have the?
I can do it. Yeah, I
Okay.
can do it.
Okay, and we'll just approve it as amended. And Victor, as when we approve it tonight, just remember to note that, okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Okay. Da, 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 da. Review of floodplain development permit application, but there's no backup here. I'm gonna wait until it's backup.
Is there, does the board want us to prepare a resolution?
No, I want to see what, no, I want to see what the genesis of this is. Trustee Natchez said that there was stuff from the planning department, and I'd like to see it.
There is an attachment, at least in the hard copy that I got, from the Harbor and Coastal Zone Commission as to their suggestions of the update of the law, which they were charged to do well over a year ago.
Okay, I don't have that.
That's the wetlands law, not the floodplain development permit. That's a different item, trustee Natchez.
I'm sorry, which number are we on then? I'm sorry, I've lost.
And this would have to be a law change,
Okay, we're on J.
1J. I don't have anything in my packet.
No, what we discussed at the last meeting, right, it was unclear of how to perfect it. It was the flood committee was asking that when a land use application is filed with the planning department for any land use board that had to do with the expansion of an existing structure, putting a structure where there is no structure, anything that, could potentially impact the flood zone, that the application be sent to the flood committee, and they can or cannot review it and make whatever suggestions they want. It was originally discussed as we could do that through a resolution, and I believe the village manager said we can just implement it. So it's not changing the law. It is just providing a mechanism
Okay.
so that it gets to the flood committee. If they have comments, they will make comments as they normally do. But at least they have the application, so they have the ability to comment, because otherwise they may not know about it.
So Jerry said he was gonna do this?
I believe at the last, when this came up, I don't remember, it was last meeting or the meeting before that, first there was a discussion of whether we need a resolution, and I had drafted something to that effect.
I don't know.
Then it was said, well, we don't really need a resolution. If it's the will of the board, we can do that. We just can implement it.
All right, yeah, I remember this now you're talking about it. Yeah, so.
So
just
I guess the
let
question
it be
is,
done.
is everybody in favor of just having it implemented? It's not a big deal to do.
But my only concern is that this doesn't morph into making them a pseudo land use board committee and having applicants having to go to them and present and, another step in the land use process, because that's not, that's not covered by any of our laws.
No,
And
if the
that-
applicant.
I'm still talking.
Sorry.
I'm still talking. And that would be the genesis of lawsuits, I'm sure. I mean, if they just want to look at an application and opine on it, but, if they're asking for more backup, if they're asking for engineer's report, they could ask the reviewing board to do that, but they shouldn't become a reviewing board themselves.
No, if I may, the genesis of this was so that they have it and they can make comments. If an applicant wants to come in front of the board while they're discussing it to make their case, that's up to them. But it's not a land use board. They have only advisory, no different than any individual has to make.
They're supposed to be advisory to the board of trustees.
Yes, but they can make, they can make comments, suggestions to other boards as they have in the past. It seems to be just a way of communicating so that people know what's going on. So if it's in a flood zone, if something comes in, rather than somebody discovering it by accident, that is a matter of course, it's sent to them. They are not a land use board. They are not a adjudicatory body. They do not hold hearings. They can ask if they want they think an application is deficient on something, they should make that known to the land use board that is governing it. Period.
Right, and it should be a part of that land use board's process.
That's correct. It's not their
I'm
problem.
just trying to get clarity on this. I'm not saying they shouldn't opine about it, but I just want to be very clear because I know how things happen in the village of mamaroneck. And, I don't want to be in a position where, applicants are litigating over this.
So do you want us to do this by resolution or? just-
No, I don't.
Okay, then,
I know you're happy to have your resolution put forward, but that's not what we need here. I just want there to be clarity. Nora, you had your hand up.
I did. So thank you. 30, years and years and years ago, more than 30 years ago, when I was on the landmarks committee for many, many, many years, there was actually an annual meeting where all the land use boards got together, whatever amount of them could, and explained what they did to everybody else. So everybody had a sense of what every board's job was. And it was not just land use boards, it was traffic commission, it was landmarks commission, it was planning and zoning and BAR. And there was also a transmittal sheet, like an old interoffice memo. And whatever the reviewing board would make sure that the other boards saw it and either, said no comments or comments. So that there was a formal process for the traffic commission to comment on everything, as opposed to having to specifically refer it. And I think that this makes a whole lot of sense. Get it so that the comments come in the beginning, not at the end, not when it's too late for the reviewing board to take them in. I think it's actually better for the applicant for the comments of flood mitigation to be made at the earlier stage. If in fact there are comments. I'm sure for many applications there won't be.
No, but I think they only want to see applications in the flood zone.
Sure, right. But I mean, they may say no comment, but I think it's smart to do it to.
No, I'm fine with it. I just wanted to have that caveat and that warning.
Matt,
Yeah, you may.
is this, I suspect that this would be objections only. In other words, if they wouldn't have to comment on every piece of development in the flood zone, only if one that they think violates some sort of broad goal or mission that they have established. Am I correct?
from my view, they can comment on something is great or something is problematic, either way. I think, if they have input on their expertise, they can make it to a board, they should do so, period.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's complicated enough. We got what, three boards? Four boards. Make it, I'm all for making it simpler. So I would say that, let the process go through, and if they see something sliding by that they don't like, they should raise their hand and fire up a flare and step in. But I don't think you want to create a formal process, another formal process, because it's already, from what I hear, very much too complicated.
It's not a formal process. It's just an information. If they don't have it, they can't comment one way or the other.
Yeah, I mean, well, you see, I mean, there's no secret. The signs are up. You know what's going on around here. Anyway, that's my feeling. Simpler is better. Less is more.
All right. All right, so Dan, would you remind the building department of that? And would you remind Jerry when he gets back?
Yep.
And remind yourself while you're at it, Dan.
I will watch the video again.
Thank you, sir.
But then the applications come into the planning department, do they not?
Well, everything starts out
It's outside of building department.
building department, then
Okay,
it gets routed.
okay.
Okay. 1K. Directions for use of prior traffic study data, no backup. What wasn't, weren't we waiting to hear from AKRF about whether that signal could be changed?
Yeah, they were actually out there last week and I think they were looking at the series of signals because it has to work in unison with other signals. They have not gotten back to me yet on their findings, but they were out there last week looking at everything with DPW.
Okay, well, please ask them to have the information for February.
Yep.
Thank you. What time is it?
6
Okay,
o'clock.
we're
6
doing
o'clock.
good. We're doing good. For us, we're doing very good.
Woo-hoo.
Additional county beeline shelter.
Wait, oh, sorry.
I drove around and I took pictures of where I believe we could realize new bus shelters. I did this when I was in the town of Mamaroneck and got a bus shelter built on the corner of Richbell and Palmer. The utility of this is A, we realize revenue, not a lot, usually comes to about $1,000 a bus shelter a year. And B, our residents and the people who work in this community and make this community work don't have to stand out in the rain and the snow and get pelted waiting for a bus. So the process usually starts by contacting the County Department of Transportation. Dan Sonoff.
Yeah.
Connie Green O'Donnell was the one who did the contacting. Connie Green O'Donnell from the town of Mamaroneck, the assistant administrator, is the one who did the contacting of the Department of Transportation, and she knows who to call if we decide to go ahead with this. So I'm just giving you that as an informational heads up.
Yeah, no, thank you. The last time I spoke to someone about Beeline Bus, I think was 2003 or 2004. So
Yeah, so Connie did it right before I left to come over here. It's about 4 years ago. All right, does anybody have any questions or concerns? Victor gave a thumbs up there. Nora, you okay with this?
Yep.
Trustee Natchez?
I have no problems.
Oh, good. Louis?
I'm good.
Okay, so Dan, can we begin the process?
sure, I'll start drafting a letter.
There were other bus stops in the community, but in my estimation, they didn't have enough room in the right of way to put a shelter. If you want to check on that, Dan, to make sure I'm right, and if I'm wrong, add it, but I don't think I am wrong.
So were those locations identified in what you sent or those above and beyond?
I did not take pictures of the ones I thought
Okay,
didn't have room for a shelter. The one in particular on the corner of Palmer Avenue and Prospect, that's right up against the white building there.
okay,
People who are waiting to go the other way, you can sit kind of under like the awning where Sound Federal Savings is.
okay.
Or use whatever Sound Federal Savings is now. So that was the only other one I thought I wish I could put one there, but there would be no room for people to get by walking by on the sidewalk. All right, thank you. I think that's a welcome addition to the community, and people deserve it. The next up is on for regular meeting. Grant writing services. Dan, you want to talk about this, Mr. Sonoff?
Sure. As the board is aware, it was a banner year for getting grants in the village. And our grant writing service plays a large part in that. I think that all told, just in 2021, we've received about $6 million in grants. We have an annual contract with Millennium Services, and we are recommending a renewal for calendar year 2022.
So Dan, a question, do they identify grants or just process or write and process grants that you all have identified?
Both. They provide us a memo on a monthly basis identifying various grant opportunities. We also have bi-weekly meetings with our grant writers, with key department heads, to go over what grants are available, what we're applying for, status of grant application, status of getting information to prepare applications. So it's a pretty good working relationship that we have.
It has been a banner year.
Yes.
How much did we get on the books now? We got 5 million and change?
It was a 4 million.
$5,726,147.70. I'm sorry, it's right here in front of me.
Okay, that's those 70 cents are important.
All right. Does anybody have any problems? Great. Planning services contract on for regular meeting.
Yeah, we have a planning services contract with AKRF for land use board support, staff support, board support. It expired at the end of 2021. They've given a successor agreement, no increase in price for the agreement. We anticipate that there may be a discussion during budget season about bringing full-time plan department staff back into the village. So we've asked for a proposal that reflects what we anticipate the discussion may be. So this proposal is for January through July, then to continue on a month-to-month basis through the end of the year.
Questions or concerns from the board?
Question,
Go ahead, Dan.
Dan, how much have we paid AKRF for that, for the 1 year period versus what the planning director was?
I don't know the answer to that question off the top of my head. I do recall that there was a question last month about some of the AKRF bills. And I think I responded to the board that based on the bills we had received, it was, I think, about the same on the salary side, but we're not paying benefits. So there was a cost saving, but as far as having a full-time employee, that would obviously provide more flexibility to the staff, and that would be a policy directive from the board as to the level of support ultimately you want to receive.
So what I think would be helpful as we have discussions for the future, I don't have a problem with the contract. But I think it would be nice to know what we spent last year for non-escrow activities versus what the planning director would have been.
Yeah, we can get that information.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful in understanding the economics of it.
Yep.
Okay, so that's on for the regular meeting. Nixle engaged public safety messaging systems.
This is an item that came from the police department. They're asking for a budget transfer into their contractual line, and that's how it's handled. Recommended.
Sorry. Sorry, go ahead. Say that again, I'm sorry.
The police department is seeking to implement a public safety messaging system. It's called the Nixle system. I think it was mentioned as part of our after action report from Hurricane Ida about the messaging and getting information out to the public, especially about more very targeted issues with public safety. On tonight's agenda, there is a budget amendment for the police department contractual line. The actual contract would not require board approval given its amount, but it does need a funding source. So that's on tonight's agenda. There is as part of the budget amendment for the police department, this is included. I think it's something like $3,000 or a minimal amount to enhance their messaging capabilities. Nixle is used by many police departments in Westchester County and throughout the country. And as I mentioned, it was something that was identified as part of the Hurricane Ida after action report to enhance our messaging capability.
What I don't, we already have gone and said that we would approve the chief's request for the Nexel system, and Augie was quite clear that we actually, if we don't, we have a real problem. And I appreciated that information. What I don't know, when you say to enhance the messaging system, is this to replace robocalls, or is, I'm lost. I'm not sure what.
I think it supplements it. It supplements it.
It's what?
It supplements our existing capabilities.
In terms of what though? How does it supplement is what I'm trying to get to.
Well, you can do email and push notifications. It's done right through the app. The app appears as a banner across their screen. We can integrate it with other social media publications. There are other features, customized registration pages, provides for anonymous tipping by residents about certain, if they notice things, see something, say something, and also incorporates National Weather Service alerts automatically. So it allows for a greater fleet of services than we currently have through the robocall system, which is really more of a phone call system. We can do some social media integration, but it seems that this is more public safety focused in terms of the ancillary applications that work with it.
Okay, everybody, is there a consensus to move this to the regular meeting?
I have no
Who
problem.
says yeah?
Yes.
Okay, it's on for the regular meeting. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sonoff, for taking the time to explain that.
No, thank you.
Establishment of a village self-insured supplemental income fund for volunteer firefighters.
Yeah.
This is interesting.
Yeah, Jerry and I were speaking last week, and if there is some availability of ARPA funds or some other funding source, there's a concern about the level of benefit that volunteer firefighters receive if they have to go out of workers' comp. Right now, they're limited to $400 a week as the maximum benefit they can receive from an award. As I point out, if you look at that over the course of 1 year, 400 times 52 is $20,800. The poverty level for a family of 3 is $21,720, which kind of demonstrates that a volunteer firefighter with a family, especially those who may be wage earning employees, they're not salaried, so they don't get paid for the hours they work. It could be a major imposition on them if they're unable to earn will essentially be a living wage while they are out recuperating from work-related injuries. It's a very preliminary discussion that we've had, but before we kind of dive into this, we wanted to gauge if there was support from the board to look further into this and some of the associated legal and financial implications.
Okay, so right now, just to sum up, right now, if a firefighter gets hurt working for the village, fighting a fire, and just for folks who aren't aware, all of our firefighters are volunteers. He only gets $400 a week, right?
That's correct. Oh, that's the maximum that he or she can get.
Is that based upon our workman's compensation insurance?
That's state law. Yeah,
State law.
The Workers' Compensation Board sets the awards.
Okay, so you're saying if we put $100,000 into a fund, that would be sufficient to fund this for many, many years?
I believe so. I mean, we don't have a tremendous number of volunteer firefighters who go out on workers' compensation. But, in the event that it happens, there's a financial implication for them. We just, it's kind of a back of the envelope calculation. And if there's something that we'd have to look further into, I think we'd want to engage some professionals to understand what the yearly liability would be, what we would need to have, what we would need in terms of a financial contribution to fund it, both initially and then on an ongoing basis. So, but 100,000 seems like a reasonable number to get something started. Most people are not out on workers' comp for years at a time. Usually it is somewhat limited, but we want to be in a position to help the volunteers out.
And when the workers' comp board says that person is eligible to go back to work, then our benefit would stop too.
Correct. We would only match what they're getting from compensation.
Would this be something that RJ could investigate?
We could certainly ask him, but before we did any research, we wanted to see if there was support from the board for us to devote the staff time and resources to look into this.
Yeah, from my perspective, we're asking these men and women to risk their bodies and their lives to protect the people in this community. If they get hurt doing it, the least we do is make sure that their family can put food on the table.
And
Go ahead, Nora. You go ahead.
it's definitely a supplement. Us doing this wouldn't preclude them from getting workers' comp.
No,
Correct. And it would only be if they got workers' comp, because the $400 a week doesn't go as far as.
I mean, workers' comp wouldn't say this was in lieu, like they could make the award, but just say the village has to cover it. That
It would be they get their workers' comp award and the village would have a supplemental program.
A question?
yeah, go ahead.
Would this apply only to village firefighters, or in the case of mutual aid, anybody injured in fighting a fire in the village?
I think that's one of the issues we'd have to determine. I think that there is law about what happens when there is mutual aid and issues of liability. But I don't have the answer to that question. It's one of the things we would need to determine.
Good question.
Also, are you done, Lou?
Victor, go ahead.
With two quick follow-ups. One is other municipalities or villages that do it. And two, I think the question has been asked, but to be more concrete, who can propose who can help you with the research? I mean, this is not just a green light. Of course, we're interested. I think this has been a discussion for a while. I've heard it. and it's worth moving ahead and seeing what options they are. But can you clarify, Dan, or bring us more info on who could do it, at what what, you know, what we can, the price tag, or what kind of people do this, and which municipalities have done it, for example? Maybe that's a good way of tracking it.
Yeah, my first conversation would be with RJ, for trustee Young's information. RJ Impastato is our insurance broker. Works for a company called FOA and Sons. He is kind of our point person on insurance questions. So I would ask him if he could kind of guide me in the right direction, or, you know, give me some resources, or if he could help with the research in the first place. So, and what was the other question, trustee Tefor?
Well, the other municipalities do this.
Oh, okay, yeah, we'd have
Yeah,
to.
That's
look
now
into it.
important.
Yeah. No, we'd have to look into that.
And anybody else, Mr. Natchez?
We'll keep on going.
Okay, thank you. We'll follow up.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see how this progresses.
It's an interesting idea.
It's a good idea. It's, you know, watch these folks at work. It's a pretty cool night out. Appointment authority for village clerk treasurer. Okay. This is another proposed law that removes the authority from the duly elected mayor and gives it to the whole board of trustees. This was supposed to be voted on in past November, but there was a snafu getting it to Board of Elections. I'm still vehemently opposed to this. This is another divisive issue that doesn't need to happen, and there are important stuff going on in the community. But I'm sure the three of you still want to do it.
Yeah, I think we should. And, you know, it just didn't get to it didn't get to the Board of Elections in time to be on the agenda. So I'm assuming that we have to go through the process of readopting the law. I guess that's a question for Bob and Mark.
That's correct.
What's correct? Just state it.
That the law would have to be readopted.
Okay.
That we can't just send it a year later.
Correct.
Mhm. No, we have to do the whole process over again.
Oh, that was before Mark was even here. Mark might not remember it.
Yeah, well, wasn't that memorable? Okay, the three, you want this on the agenda?
I do.
Yeah. How about verbalizing? We have to be verbal.
Yes.
Okay,
I vote no.
and Lou doesn't want it. All right, this is another scheduled public hearing, the next meeting.
Let the voters decide.
Yeah, the voters, it's just what they need to do. Removal authority of planning and zoning board members. Now, I've thought about this, and I was kind of iffy about it last time, but looking back on what happened in the Cindy Goldstein matter, and whether, you know, when I had to decide whether or not to remove Cindy Goldstein, and frankly, it became a political morass. The Village of Mamaroneck Democratic Party all got heavily involved by their own admission. Youth-free trustees all opined on the public hearing, and in my opinion, made it very, very political. And I think at the time, with the information in front of me, I made the right decision. But, you know, I think that if that was a decision of 5 members, you know, it would not have been without political influence. And I think that my reflection, looking back, is that, the state knew what they were doing by saying that this authority, after a hearing, was the responsibility of the mayor. If you look in the past at hearings that have been conducted in this village by the complete board, police disciplinary hearings, they were farcical. And we changed the law for police disciplinary hearings for that reason, to have one person make the decision and do the hearing. So I think that I've changed my mind about this, and I will not support this. But I'll leave that up to myself if I give it more due consideration. I'm sure it's free. You still want to have it on the agenda?
Yeah, I'd just like to say something. I know last time you did support it because it provided we made a change to it, so a change was made to it. And I want to give Lou a little background because he doesn't really, he wasn't around then. In 2016, the Board of Trustees, a different board, I believe, well, Victor was on the board then, changed the appointment authority so that it was the entire Board of Trustees that appointed planning and zoning board members. And typically the appointing board is also, the appointing body is the removal body. So that authority wasn't harmonized. So there was a referendum in 2016 and the Board of Trustees now appoints the planning and zoning board members, but it's the mayor who removes them. And that simply means Tom could have removed Cindy Goldstein and three of us could have just reappointed her. So typically the appointment authority is harmonized with the removal authority. So this is to correct like a glitch in a law change from 2016. Tom was very eager to have the proposed law modified to allow for the Board of Trustees to have a hearing officer. So the law was changed, a different public hearing, I think we had scheduled a public hearing. During that public hearing, we agreed to change the law and this was adopted later. So the law was changed to reflect what Tom and Kelly wanted at the time and it was unanimously adopted. It's just that we didn't, I think that was last January, but it just didn't get to the Board of Elections. So it would have been on this year's November ballot as a referendum item with the clerk treasurer.
Everything Nora says is true.
Yeah.
Other than, it doesn't necessarily follow that the appointing authority has to be the removal authority.
I understand that. I am, I don't like these piecemeal changes in the structure of the government. I think if we're going to do that, we need to sit down and restructure the government. And that goes to the things we're going to hear at 8 o'clock. So I think all these things are fine to consider, but I think it's wrong to do it piecemeal. It seems inefficient, and I think it hides the motives there. And I think it would have been illuminating for Tom to have done one thing and you guys to override it. That sends a clear message. I mean, you did that. If you have that authority, you do it. I think that's okay, if that's the structure of the government. But I don't like that there's three different things here to change the structure of our village government that are all a little obtuse for the average person. And we can have a nice, robust conversation about changing stuff. I think some stuff needs to be changed.
Yeah, I tell you the truth. I mean, from my experience as being mayor of this community, in a lot of difficult circumstances over the past 4 years, is that this community might benefit from having a village administrator and a strong mayor form of government, so that the mayor can make some decisions, as you said before, because right now, people just assume that the mayor can do certain things because you're the mayor.
Yeah.
What's going on here is the diminution of the mayor's authority when people want somebody to be responsible. And no matter what, and I've been a council person and I've been a trustee, no matter what, they're going to hold the mayor responsible.
Yeah, I mean,
That's just the way it is. And I can explain till I'm blue in my face about the form of government that we have. But people want to talk to the mayor, people want answers from the mayor, people expect the mayor to know everything that's going on in the community. And people have no compunction, and I don't blame them, about reaching out to the mayor on a variety and of subjects, all the time. And that's the way I believe the mayor should be. But, there's a lot of powers that the mayor has. The mayor has the power to marry people. Should you take away the mayor's power to marry people and have the whole board of trustees marry people? I mean, there are things that the law provides for. And because it's a strong village manager form of government, that doesn't mean that those powers then devolve to the board. The conflict of the law is between the mayor and the village manager. Those are the village manager gets powers that the mayor used to have.
yeah.
And that's fine. And I understand the utility behind it, but that doesn't mean all the other powers go to the board of trustees. That's a leap of logic that's not supported by the law.
And listen, some things just aren't well managed by a committee. That's all. I'm sorry, I didn't ask to be recognized.
That's all right. All right, so I'm sure it's for you one on.
Victor's.
Victor's got your hand up.
May I? Yes, I just want to reserve because I don't think I think I'll reserve on all you said for the public hearing. And it's 6:30, so we probably need to move to something else. I just do want to respond to something the mayor said, which is that the hearing that was with a planning board member, that we all intervene on my behalf, not speaking on the other trustees. I spoke as I thought I was doing my duty, and I didn't speak on any political grounds. I spoke on giving my opinion on what was the interpretation, what could happen, and I didn't even say do this or do that. I suggested options as you were going to make a very tough decision. None of it was political. I just want to make that very clear for the record.
Okay. So I'm imagining you guys want this to schedule a public hearing.
Yes.
And we'll let the voters decide.
Okay.
I put great stock in the voters of this community over the years. Proposed wet laws amendment from HCDMC. All right. We don't have time for this tonight because this is serious.
I think since if we're going to postpone it, it would be good to have a representative from the HCZMC at the meeting when we discuss it.
Okay. It's fine. Well, yes, Mr. Burke.
I think that's a good idea.
Okay. Replacement trucks for the police department and parks department. Where's Mr. Sonoff go?
He's there.
Sorry, that I just took my sweater off. It was getting a little warm.
Look at you, you look a little like Clarence Darrow there.
Well, the suspenders are more functional than anything.
No, that's right. And actually, it's a good look for you.
Thank you.
Not that anyone should be taking fashion advice from me. I'm sorry. Dan, could you please explain this?
Thank you. We received notice that we might be able to purchase 2 trucks, one for the Parks Department, which is a replacement vehicle. We identified one truck, which is scheduled for replacement next fiscal year, truck 52. And as part of our Hurricane Ida after action, we asked department heads to put together a capital budget for hazard mitigation items, and the police department put a Ford F-150 that they could use to for emergency situations, to bring supplies to hard hit locations, to transport people in the case of emergency. So what I'll do is I'll start with the Parks Department. The vehicle they identified is truck 52, which is a Ford F-250. This truck, which is scheduled for replacement next fiscal year, so fiscal year beginning June 1, has a lot of rust damage. There is a leak in the brake line. There is a leak in the exhaust because of rust damage. I think there was a truck earlier this year, which we had given you some pictures of. The fact that we're storing these trucks down by the harbor is not conducive to their long-term viability because they suffer a lot of salt air damage. We just received a partial quote for this truck today, and I forwarded it to the board. But what I did note in the email was that the quote for the body needs to be updated. At this point, for this Ford F-250, the quote was $48,410.88. This is available through, I believe, Dutchess County contract, which is a contract we can participate in. I think TCD, which is the holder of the contract, reached out to the village first because they're located in the village. They know we have needs. The police department vehicle was a Ford F-150 truck with a lot of modifications. The quote for that was, I believe, just shy of $61,199.77. Again, through Dutchess County contract. The issue that we're having right now, which is an issue you're seeing all over the country, the trucks are built out. We are not able to get any more 2022 model trucks. They're built out. We don't know when the contracts for the 2023 models will come out or when they will even be available for purchase and delivery, because even once you purchase a vehicle, there's still time for the delivery because there are modifications that are made to municipal vehicles to meet the various municipal needs. So it's two trucks that we
Okay. Right now. I don't see where it prohibits anything.
So it's two vehicles that we wanted to bring to the board's attention.
Or
If there is agreement that we can go ahead and purchase these vehicles, this would need to be added to the regular meeting because this information only became available on Friday afternoon, which is, I think I contacted you all within an hour of seeing this.
Any questions?
Dan's got his hand up.
Dan, go ahead.
I don't have any problems. I'm just curious, were any of these vehicles put in the capital plan? Or these, or is this supplemental?
The vehicle for the Parks Department was in next year's plan for replacement. So it's part of the capital plan, but for next year. The police department item was developed as part of our after action summary and analysis for Hurricane Ida. There were just the short version is late last year, we held a meeting among the department heads to talk about our response to Hurricane Ida, identify things that work, things that need improvement. One of the things that need improvement was identifying our capital needs. So Jerry gave a directive to the department heads to review their capital needs and identify specific items that would be identified for a mitigation program to assist in our response to emergency situations. I've received probably 15 to 20 or so requests. We just haven't had time to collate them and present them to the board at a work session. But the first item was part of the long-term planning process. And the second item for the police department was part of a planning process that we initiated in 2021.
Okay. I'm fine with moving this to the regular agenda. Any questions or concerns?
Just one thing, yeah, because these kind of, I don't want to say they fell out of the sky, but in order for us to move on these, we need to have a purchase order cut within the next week or so, or else we'll find someone else to purchase.
Right, it said in the memo, I think January 27th.
Yeah, that's correct.
All right.
Okay.
Everybody's fine, put it on the agenda.
Yes.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. And thank you, Dan, for covering tonight.
Oh, thank you.
All right. We're supposed to go into executive session at 6:45. I suggest we make a motion to go into executive session now, and everybody take 5 minutes break and then meet back in executive session. Does anybody have the executive session in front of them?
I do.
Nora, will you make the motions, please?
I think we're adding an appointment to the Arts Council too, for the first one.
That's fine. Just
So enter into executive session under 1051F of the New York State Public Officers Law regarding an appointment at the Traffic Commission, an appointment to the Arts Council to discuss basically medical, financial, credit, or employment history of a particular person or corporation, or matters leading to the appointment, employment, promotion, demotion, discipline, suspension, dismissal, or removal of a particular person or corporation. We are also entering into the executive session under 105F, same categories for discussion of the village manager. I had asked, I'd sent some information about village attorney. Are we going to be able to do that tonight, or are we doing that in 2 weeks?
I don't even know if that's executive session, or is it?
It is, because it's information about vendors.
Can it wait for 2 weeks?
I don't know. I mean, what does everybody else think?
I haven't really had a time to go over it thoroughly.
Maybe Nora, you can fill us, explain where we are
I can
briefly.
explain. Yeah, let's discuss it briefly in executive session. If we can't do it tonight, we'll do it in 2 weeks. How's that?
All right, so the motions are made. We're going to start the executive session when we go back in with Mr. Frankel. Mr. Natchez sits out at the beginning, and I'll call him when it's time to get back.
No, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, that's not true.
I disagree.
Well, then we'll discuss it in executive session.
Well, he wants to be in the executive.
Yeah, he wants me, yeah, okay, all right, it's not a conflict, you never, okay. Augie, please call a roll.
Somebody need a second.
I'll second. Augie, call a roll.
Sure. Trustee Young,
Yes.
trustee Natchez,
Yes.
trustee Lucas,
Yes.
trustee Tofor,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. You
Not even close. None.
video.
Are we broadcasting?
We're broadcasting. Voice and video is out.
When do you make that?
Okay. We're live now.
All right.
Okay, good evening. We are still in work session. We have just come out of executive session a little while ago. In executive session, there was a vote taken, and the vote taken was to end the executive session on the discussion of the village manager issue because trustee Natchez would not leave the executive session. That was a 3-1 vote. Lucas, Murphy, and Young voted to end the executive session. Trustee Lucas abstained.
No. It was Victor.
To 4.
Nora.
No, I got it. Myself, Young, and to 4 voted to end the executive session. Nora, Lucas abstained, and Dan Natchez voted no. And those were the only votes in executive session. Now I need a motion to end the work session.
So
I'll make
moved.
the motion, or I'll second the motion. Nora made the motion. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay. Now, welcome to the Village of Mamaroneck Board of Trustees regular meeting for January 24th at 8 p.m. Please join me in the pledge of allegiance.
I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good evening. I need a motion to open this meeting.
So move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Adoption of agenda.
I think we changed one item on it, so I move that we adopt the agenda with the proviso that we moved 3A, the transfer station roof, back to work session until we're ready to figure out what we're doing.
Anybody want a second?
Second.
Augustino.
Trustees Young,
Aye.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
to 4,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Oh, I changed mine to no. Presentations by the Mamaroneck High School OCRA program. Trustee Young, this was your initiative. Would you just like to do the introductions?
Yes, these folks, that this program of theirs, and they'll describe it themselves, is part of the ongoing Mamaroneck High School civics effort to involve high school students in the function of our government. And these I think brilliant young seniors, high school seniors, have come up with a proposal to synchronize the village elections with the federal schedule. A proposal that gets rave reviews out on the street when you talk to people. But, you know, as I always say, those of us who have had some limited success with the old system don't always want to try the new system. And they're here to ask us to try the new system. I think they are the primary stakeholders in this, since they will be living in this community long after we're gone. All right. So I turn it over to them.
I just want to introduce their teacher, Mr. Joe Liberti. Mr. Liberti has been running this program for a long time. He's a longtime teacher in the high school, and he's always done a great job to inspire these young folks. And I just would be remiss to not point him out for his efforts to help our community over many years. And with that, I just want to turn it over to the young men and women to begin their presentation however they'd like. Yes, Mr. Marsh is beginning.
Hi, I'm Olivia Sundin.
I'm Jackson Owen.
I'm Justin Solis.
And I'm Daniel Marsh.
And we are students of Mamaroneck High School and a part of our school's original civics research and action program, which helps create civic entrepreneurs and solve local issues. And this is our presentation on aligning local elections with federal elections.
So just some background before we start. Elections in the village of Mamaroneck and Larchmont are currently held on the first Tuesday following the first Monday of November each year. Each village trustee and the mayor serves a term of 2 years, and they're currently elected in 2 groups. So in group 1, 3 trustees are elected every 2 years on even numbered years. And in group 2, the mayor and 1 trustee are elected every 2 years on odd numbered years. And then here we just have a visualization of that. So you can see in the odd year elections, it's 1 trustee slot. And then even numbered year elections is 3 trustee slots.
So the main challenge that local elections face currently in the village is lack of engagement of voters who are already turning out to engage in their democracy in other types of elections. So we analyzed active voter registration in the village of Mamaroneck. What this means is voters who are registered and participate in federal, state, local elections as counted by the County Board of Elections. And we found that across all of the odd numbered years, so 2011, 2013, 2015, in the past decade, less than 40% of these active registered voters, people already turning out to vote, are participating in local elections held on these off-cycle elections of 2011, 2013, 2015. Now, we feel this is a big problem because that means the entire electorate isn't being adequately represented in these elections. So if we just go to the next slide. We've also compared and contrasted voter turnout in the village of Mamaroneck between even and odd numbered years. So on this bar graph, you can see the green bars are even numbered years, so 2010, 2012, 2014. The purple bars are odd numbered years, so 2011, 2013, 2015. And as you can see visually, the green bars are much higher than the purple bars. But if we look closer at the data,
Can you do me one favor, please? Could you go back to 2 slides? Okay, I just want to see something. Okay, thank you. Go ahead, do what you're doing. I'm sorry for the interruption.
no problem. So our calculations show that on-cycle elections, so these elections that are held concurrently with federal races, like in 2012 or 2016, have 37% more turnout in the village of Mamaroneck than off-cycle elections held in these odd numbered years like 2015, 2017, 2019.
So as shown by local data from the village of Mamaroneck, districts with the highest Hispanic population have the lowest voter turnout in off-cycle elections. And this results in a voter gap between Hispanic and white populations during the off-cycle years. And by eliminating these off-cycle election years, elections in the village of Mamaroneck will incorporate more diverse viewpoints and voices.
So considering the problems that our village faces in low voter turnout, our group has developed 2 proposals that we think could address low voter turnout and make our community's democracy stronger. So our first proposal would extend all term lengths for village officials from 2 years to 4 years. And this is just so that their elections could be held on cycle with state and federal races. This means that instead of being elected in years like 2023, 2025, etc., these candidates would be elected in 2026, 2028, and 2030 to ensure that there's more engagement in these elections and more people in our community are voting. So our second proposal is quite similar, except—
Hold on.
Yeah.
Can you just go back to that other slide? I can ask you a question.
Of course.
So, all right, my current term ends in November 2023, right?
Yes.
Okay. Are you saying that I then run for election and that term then runs until 26?
So what this graph is saying is that your next election is in November of 2022. Once you
No.
If you
Oh,
were,
I run in November 2022.
No, actually, so you run in November 2023 as it's already stipulated, right? Like you ran in 2021 and then you have your 2-year term to 2023. But temporarily your term under this proposal would be extended to 3 years so that you could be aligned with even years. So like after that, you would have an election in 2026. And then assuming you run again, you'd have your next election in 2030.
No, by then, one of you kids should be running. So just to make this clear, because don't be afraid to explain this to me like I'm a 5-year-old. So I would run if I chose to run in November 23 for a 3-year term. And that would go to 26. And then after that, it would be 4-year terms.
Yes, this is just to get you aligned with.
All right, I got you. I understand. And I'm sorry, I was a little obtuse.
No problem.
so that brings us to our second proposal. So in our second proposal, all village officials would have their terms be 4 years long, except for the mayor. And the mayor would retain their current 2-year term. And this is just to address any concerns relating to our project and is an alternate method for the board to pursue if they so choose. And an important feature of our project is that it would not go into effect unless agreed to by a majority of voters. So were the Board of Trustees to agree to our project, it would then be put up for referendum in what we hope would be November 2022. And then if a majority of voters agree to adopt it, it would then go into effect.
What did I do to you kids? Actually, you're probably doing me a favor. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
We also have legal justification to make these proposals. So in section 3-302 subpoint 5, it says that through referendum, the terms of elected officials can be extended to 4 years. And section 3-302 subpoint 7 of New York State Village Law says that through referendum, the trustees of any village can change the election date to even numbered years. And lastly, we talked to the attorney, Mr. Spolzino, and he told us that our project was legal.
So there have been 3 jurisdictions across the country who have actually shifted from previously off-cycle election years to on-cycle election years in their municipal elections. And those are Baltimore, Austin, and Phoenix.
So our first example is in Baltimore. In 2016, Baltimore's municipal elections were aligned with the national general election, and the 2003 election of September was postponed to November 2004 because of a clash between Maryland state election law and the Baltimore City Charter. And as you can see by the calculations on the bottom right, Baltimore's turnout for elections in on-cycle years was 3.02 times higher than the off-cycle years.
Another example is Austin, Texas. So in 2014, Austin's local elections were aligned with the national midterm election cycle. And just for reference, the 2006 and 2012 elections are purple because they're held in May, not in November. So you're not getting that alignment with federal elections. Here, we also found that turnout for elections in on-cycle years was around 3 times higher than it was in off-cycle elections after they made the shift.
So our final example is Phoenix, Arizona. They first aligned their elections in 2018, and then their elections remained aligned for 2020. And as you can see from the graph on the bottom of the slide, turnout was significantly higher in elections that were held on cycle as opposed to off cycle. In all, turnout was around 4 times higher in on cycle elections than off cycle elections. So aside from these 3 empirical examples, we also have some other research that favors our proposal. A poll conducted a few years ago found that 70% of voters nationwide would favor aligning local elections with larger races. And additionally, there was a study from California that analyzed a few thousand municipal elections in the state, and they found that turnout was 25 to 36% higher in municipal elections that were held concurrently with state and federal races. There's also been some growing momentum at the state level to adopt our proposal. In recent years, states such as California, Kansas, and Michigan have taken steps to align their elections, and an additional 5 states already have their elections aligned. So not only do we have research that aligning elections would increase voter engagement, but we also have found research that aligning local elections would actually decrease costs, both for the election administrators and for the voters themselves. So voters wouldn't have to vote as frequently, and there would be less elections that they had to take time off from their job and hire a babysitter, do whatever they need to do to go vote. As for the election administrators, they wouldn't have to hold as many elections, so the costs overall would be less.
Now we're going to address some possible concerns with this product, with our proposal, starting with whether this will hurt the minority party in the village.
So a possible opposition to this proposal could be how the minority party is impacted. And as you can see from the graphs included on this slide, the minority party's margin of victory, how much they won or lost by, only suffered a -3% change in the on-cycle elections compared to the off-cycle elections. And this is a very small margin considering how the minority party have half as many registered voters in the village of Mamaroneck.
Another concern is that some of the votes being cast in federal elections will trickle down to local races. So to refute this, we analyzed the 2012 presidential election, the 2016 presidential election, and found that on average, 87.3% of votes cast for federal candidates makes its way down to local candidates as votes in these even numbered years. Another concern is that since every local election will be in a national election year, that our proposal will increase purely partisan voting on the part of the electorate. Now, we've analyzed several elections, finding that a significant margin of the electorate tends to split their tickets when voting, regardless of whether it's a national election. So, for example, in 2012, we calculated that comparing the race for Congress's 16th district and the trustee race in 2012, we found that 6.7% of the Democrats who voted in the 2012 congressional election switched their ticket in a local election, demonstrating some degree of engagement in local politics. As time goes on, a larger margin actually splits tickets in the village. So in 2016, for the presidential race, we found that 13.3% of the Democrats who voted in the 2016 presidential election switched their tickets in a local election, showing some degree of decision-making on the part of a significant slice of the pie, right? So the next slide shows 2012.
You didn't go back to 2008, did you?
No, our data doesn't go back to 2008.
Can I tell you a quick story? In 2008, I ran for trustee. Barack Obama ran for president. I got more votes than him in the village of Mamaroneck. Just saying. It's the only thing I have over that man. I'm going to mention it every occasion I get. I'm sorry. Go ahead, kids.
No problem. So in 2012, it's actually even more pronounced. 16% of the Democrats who voted in the 2012 presidential election switched tickets in the local election. So there is a high degree of participation evident in these numbers because people are switching their tickets between national and local elections.
And the final concern is if people will run for these 4-year terms, and the extension of the term length may seem as if it would dissuade the population from running, but our analysis shows that a large proportion of village trustees have sought 4 years despite 2-year term lengths. As our data shows, 17 out of 23 village trustees have run for a second 2-year term, and this results in 73.9% of village trustees seeking a 4-year commitment.
Overall, while the idea of 4-year terms can seem like a huge change, the neighboring town of Mamaroneck, and in fact all towns in New York State by law, have 4-year terms for their board members. In this case, we believe that the benefits outweigh the possible criticisms. In the current 2-year terms for trustees, 1 year is spent mostly on primaries and campaigning, so they effectively only have one uninterrupted year of policymaking. Not only are 4-year terms much more cost effective, but they can also help for a much more efficient government with officials who have really gotten the hang of their position. As seen from the quotes from Abby Katz, a town official in the town of Mamaroneck, we can see that there are many benefits to a town board that has been there for 4 years.
In conclusion, our project increases government accountability by increasing the amount of people voting in village elections. We believe that a village that has more people voting is a village that's more representative of Mamaroneck residents' interests. And in addition to simply increasing turnout, our project removes the less convenient odd-numbered election years, allowing for more discourse about candidates' values and solutions in a conventional election. This encourages candidates to develop the best proposals and to best address voters' problems. Our project is a further step towards principles of good government and broad representation.
By reducing expenditures, our project ensures that the funds appropriated in our government are used efficiently. While the money saved by proposal isn't a massive amount, it is by no means insignificant symbolically. An efficient political system is a trusted political system, and we believe our project can enhance the image of the village in this area.
As our testimony from the town of Mamaroneck officials shows, local officials with 4-year terms are more able to realize their desired policies than officials burdened by an election every 2 years. Not only would our initiative help increase cohesiveness and expertise of the board members, but it would also help for officials to take on important projects that would take longer than 2 years.
Finally, our project simply makes it easier for voters to participate in and follow local democracy. Voters who are already voting in presidential or midterm elections simply have to move their pen down to participate in otherwise separate local elections, which would be in odd-numbered years. We believe we are a prerequisite to a competitive and democratic electoral process that will enhance both the effectiveness and accountability of government. So now we're just going to overview our timeline for action that we have had planned out this whole time in our project. So in January 2020, we began with research on increasing voter turnout within the community just broadly. Then in the winter to summer of 2020, we really focused our research and started brainstorming this initiative, different solutions to voter turnout. Fall 2020 to summer of 2021, we were speaking with all of you, essentially, and receiving valuable feedback and honing our research. Now we are in the process of building public support and outreach, and finally pushing for authorization of a referendum on our initiative by you, the board. So we've calculated through testimony from Board of Elections officials, as well as inquiries over there, that early July of 2022 is probably the latest the board can approve this proposal to get it on the ballot in 2022. And our final hope is to get it on the ballot on the November 2022 with a referendum, and hopefully we can make our case in such a way that it passes and becomes law. Thank you so much for having us. And we are willing to answer any questions you all might have.
I think you did a very cogent presentation here. Speaking just for myself, I think that it should be something that, you know, is put before the voters of the village of Mamaroneck. It's an important change. I think that the voters deserve a chance to weigh in on it. Does somebody have any questions or concerns?
I have a question. Have you considered whether or not this should come with term limits?
So,
yeah.
So I don't know, we were kind of thinking one step at a time, right? So like currently the village doesn't have term limits, but they could certainly be on the table in the future. But for now, we're kind of just focusing on aligning these elections and supercharging voter engagement. And then I think we can move on from there. But I could see the case, we could definitely see the case for term limits if there's 4-year terms. But we haven't really conducted much research on that.
All right, I appreciate that, and I'm just blown away by your enthusiasm and your thought, and the idea that you can see that it needs to be simpler. Simpler is better. We create this mystery, behind the curtain, and then we expect the voters to keep track of it, and then reprimand them if they're not enthusiastic enough. And I really appreciate this, and I hope we can get support for this.
Yeah.
It'll be on the ballot, whether we pass it or not, because I'm running and I like it. All right, there you go.
Anybody else?
Yeah, I just want to say I've met with you all a lot, and I thought you were excellent the first time you made your presentation, but you just keep getting better. So congratulations to you and your research skills and your being able to pivot. It's something to be proud of. Have you thought at all about how this will affect town elections? Because in the village of Mamaroneck, we will still have an election in off years. We will be voting, we vote for Rye Town, which we vote for Rye Town in the town of Mamaroneck. So we all will be coming out to vote anyway in the off year. They have 4-year terms and they're 4-year terms. They all have 4-year terms for their council people. The town of Rye supervisor has a 4-year term and the town of Mamaroneck supervisor is a 2-year term. So, but they run in the off years. So we're still going to have elections in the off years. Do you think this is going to affect, have you thought about whether this is going to affect voting in the town elections?
Well, actually, we would hope that they're in fact a future Okra project, because we think this is probably a critical first step in getting surrounding villages and towns to also align their elections, because we think this is a broadly acceptable proposal which can increase voter engagement. So I think our stance on the issue would be we need to increase turnout in the village of Mamaroneck to show these neighboring municipalities that they should probably align their elections as well. And hopefully in the future, us or other Okra members can push for them to align their elections, just like hopefully the village of Mamaroneck ends up doing.
You know, tonight at the work session, there are 3 proposed laws that are going to be a referendum that no other community is doing. So I think that if it shouldn't be a case of what other communities are doing, but what is right for the village of Mamaroneck. I think that all over the country, laws are being passed to keep people from voting and restrict voting and to hinder, especially, as we know, people of color from voting. And this piece of legislation goes in the other direction and tries to make voting more accessible when people are programmed to vote, as it were. And I think it's a step forward. And Lou, would you like to put this on the work session for next time?
I would love to, and I would love to suggest that the other proposals we have could be maybe worked into this. I mean, it all.
I don't say that. It's separate votes.
Oh, separate vote. Okay. All right. So anyway, I'm new at this. I'm still learning. It's complicated. Yes, I'd like to put this on a work session. I really would. I feel very strongly about it, and I want to say this to my fellow trustees. I mean, I feel very strongly about it because I think it's got to be simplified. We have to encourage people. I mean, when I look at some of our boards and our participation, and I see a lack of diversity, what I hear is we tried, and this is maybe we haven't tried hard enough, and this is it. This is trying a little harder, right? And so I would really hope that we can sit down and talk about this. So I'd like to make that motion. Yes.
You just send the email.
Okay. Oh, send you an email. Okay, great.
All right. Thank you, young folks, and Mr. Liberty. Thank you for once again doing this homework, and I wish you're all seniors.
Yes.
Good luck in your next part of life, which I'm sure you'll all be successful in. I always say that Mamaroneck's biggest export is intelligent children. We educate great kids and we send them out into the world. So thank you all very much.
Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good night.
Next item on the agenda is communication to the board. So we have Mr. Tibbet up at bat. Glenn, unmute yourself, sir.
Hello.
Hi,
I would
Glenn.
have spoken when the youngsters were there, because I think that presentation is quite frankly very shallow and one-sided. This is a much, much deeper issue. Let's start with, what do you do with the off elections? So now you're going to have nobody vote for state assembly. You're going to have nobody vote for state senator. You're in office for 4 years. What does that do to all the boards in the village of Mamaroneck? Every single board now could be dominated by one set of trustees coming in because you only have 3 years. before you jump on something like this, maybe you ought to have a real discussion about it. I'm fine with them doing a presentation, but it's a presentation by a bunch of high school kids who basically peeled one piece of the onion on the election. You know why you have 2-year elections? Because 6 years ago, Donald Trump went off the reservation and you voted for Congress with changes every 2 years that put a stop to him. We have the same thing with Joe Biden now. You elected a totally Democratic Congress. People don't like it. So guess what? After 2 years, they get to vote them out if they don't. You have to justify your existence every 2 years in this village. We've had bad government in this village 30 years ago, and they got rid, and we've had bad government on both sides, both Democrat and Republicans. The residents of the village didn't like it, and they got rid of them in 2 years. Only because we have the current system we have. So before you go racing about, you're not saving much money, you still have to have elections every single year. What does it do to your off elections? What does it do to the governor? Is the governor, gonna have, 12 people voting for him?
We have a clock running.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, before you go jumping, it's the greatest thing since sliced bread. Have a real discussion on it with adults.
That's right.
Please. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, this will be subject for discussion in work session and maybe at a regular meeting again. So this isn't just a decision made tonight. Ms. Roney, I will allow her to talk. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Doreen.
Good evening, everyone. Guess I don't have to state my name for the record, right?
No, it's on the screen.
Okay, good. Mayor Murphy, is it fair to, am I correct in making a statement that you previously served on the village's Harbor Coastal Zone Management Commission?
Doreen, do you know the answer to the question?
No, I really don't.
Yes, I did.
Okay, and I guess Trustee Natchez, since I served on that commission, was one of several editors for our local waterfront revitalization program.
Totally knew that answer.
The reason why I bring this up is I have a lot of concerns, and it circles around the discussion that I missed this evening because it wasn't on your work session agenda. You took it up in a different area and then didn't discuss it. However, the last work session meeting, you discussed the river gauges. This has been an ongoing, long-term recommendation that came from both consultants, a consultant that Harbor Coastal Zone Management Commission hired to evaluate the Army Corps of Engineers flood plan previously that the Army Corps Chief of Engineers actually approved. In that document, they had no problem with gauges as it's a non-structural approach to flooding. It also gives scientific information as to how much water is going through our village, the data that Army Corps and water managers, which you can all become, working with USGS, will know more about what is happening with the flow of water through our village. I also want to point out that currently the Harbor Coastal Zone Management Commission, I think, only has 4 members. So they will be reviewing something in the future. What really concerns me is statements that were made by 2 trustees or 2 members of your board last time at work session, saying you'd like to run it by the Army Corps of Engineers, that the gauges. They funded the gauges up until 1989. We have had nothing but how high the water was when it flooded since that time, and they were discontinued. I really have a problem continuing to email all of this information to your board with the flooding that we had in Ida and the amount of rescues that took place. Having gauges in the river will help not only the rescue team, but also residents. They will be aware and have some warning in the flats where we have had flash flooding for close to a century. So I really hope you'll take this seriously, get in touch with USGS, and do something about having information, scientific data that everyone will have in their hands and will be a blessing for this community. I hope you guys will protect and serve all of the residents in the village of Mamaroneck. The second thing I want to ask is on Harbor Coastal Zone Management Commission, did members of the commission who were eligible for a second term contact this board to let you know that they'd be interested in serving a second term?
Ms. Runner, that's a personnel issue which won't be discussed in public.
So the question asked if members served a term on Harbor Coastal Zone, was there any interest of those people to serve a second term? That's a personnel issue?
Yep.
Okay. How many of you have had consistency training currently on the board, and staff members and consultants? So only one.
No, I have.
I have.
What year was that?
Please continue, statement. This isn't, Tom Murphy's life. Just come on.
I'm not interested in
we're
Tom
right.
Murphy's life. What I'm interested in is you have a very important board in this village, commission. And training is important. You have 4 members on that commission right now, where there should be 7. And that commission deals with the comprehensive land use and water use plan in our village of Mamaroneck as established in 1984 through 6. I would really hope that the board of, excuse me, I'm talking, Mayor Murphy.
Your time is up.
No, I have one last statement. I would really hope that this board, your board, seriously considers training for yourselves, that commission, and staff and consultants.
Okay, thank you.
Because the law needs to be followed.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Next up, public hearing on PLLA 2022, waiver of village residency requirement for public officers, for some public officers. I need a motion to open this public hearing.
So moved. Oh,
Second.
Augie call.
Trustees Young,
yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
the four,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye.
Oh,
Jerry, not Jerry, I'm sorry. Bob. Do you want to give a little explanation of this?
Sure. The village law requires that certain officers of the village be residents of the village. Officers doesn't just mean elected officials. It means anyone who exercises discretionary authority on behalf of the village. And maybe Dan Sarnoff can address more directly the issue of recruiting and finding talented individuals for particular positions requiring particular qualifications. And the only place you can look is the village. So the proposal is to waive residency requirements for certain village officers, which the board has the authority to do by local law.
Yeah, thank you, Bob. That Bob pretty much covered it, but there are certain positions, especially related to land use enforcement or building inspectors, our assistant building inspectors, our code enforcement officers, our fire inspectors. For the past 100 years, the village has worked off civil service lists. In the last year, the county has become more stringent with some of the requirements, especially as it relates to building department personnel. They've asked for or required municipalities to have residency laws in effect in order to allow for hiring of individuals in those positions beyond the municipal borders, so outside the village. It is a very difficult thing to do to recruit some of these positions. Right now, for instance, we just called for an assistant building inspector list because we have an opening. There was one person on the list who lived in the village of Mamaroneck. And that's just not necessarily the best method of hiring good, proper individuals who are experienced in enforcement of the New York State Building and Fire Prevention Code, or even our local code. The process of code enforcement, you need people who are trained in how to enforce. It's not necessarily always throw the book at someone. You want to make sure that they have the gravitas and training to know how to encourage compliance with the code, not necessarily just bang everyone over the head. I know the question has been raised as to what other positions may require a residency waiver. We already have residency waivers in effect for the village manager, the clerk treasurer, the court clerks, and the assistant court clerks. And I think we also have it in effect for police officers. I believe that it is, as Bob mentioned, individuals who have discretionary authority. However, we've tried to ask the county, who administers civil service for the village, to provide some clarification, and they've been opaque, to say the least, in giving us that guidance, basically saying, talk to your municipal attorneys. But in terms of what we believe to be the case, that's what's in the law that has been presented to you. We know it's similar in its language to other municipalities in Westchester County that have provided residency waivers. So we believe it will be acceptable to Westchester County, and it would allow us to broaden our horizon and universal people who we can recruit for these, these very necessary positions in the village.
Okay,
Can I ask a question?
yeah, sure.
So I have two questions, really. One, when it says county abutting Westchester County, could that be like Fairfield County? I mean, because we're so close to Connecticut.
No, actually, in order to enforce the New York State Building Code, you have to be a resident of New York State.
That's the building code, but I'm just saying, what if you, I mean, what about somebody else?
Officers, if they're officers and thus subject to a residency requirement, they have to be residents of, I believe they have to be residents of the state of New York.
The state of New York. Even police officers. I had this situation many years ago where I had a police officer who there were rumors he lived in a different state, but his official residency was in New York State.
So so what happens? I mean, I guess when you're hired, this is explained to you. What if somebody, what if somebody moved away, are they, I'm just thinking like, this is, we didn't know we had to enforce this. So if we're not, I just want to make sure we're not, that we don't have any employees, that we're being fair and making sure people know what the requirements are.
It could be in their offer letter.
I think, the law is the law. We can certainly make staff aware of that. Ultimately, their official residence has to be in New York State.
But we wouldn't be interviewing them, right?
No, well, we could technically, so from a civil service perspective, and this is where it can get a little loopy. You don't have to be a resident of New York State to take the test. You just have to be a resident of New York State at the time of appointment.
Right, no, I understand, but that's what I mean, we'd be interviewing them.
Oh, we would have to tell them that we can't appoint you unless you're a resident.
Yeah,
Right.
when
If
they
the board adopts
when they
this,
put their address on the envelope.
yeah, if the board, sorry, Trustee Lucas.
No, I mean, my question really was, since this seems to be a newly enforced rule by the county that we're trying to be in compliance because the county is requiring compliance. That's all. My question is just whether or not we've had a situation that was not untoward, but we had a situation where somebody didn't live in the county and we didn't realize they had to, that's all. Since we don't know exactly what jobs this involves.
Yeah.
I'm probably asking more questions than.
But we do know exactly what jobs it involves, right? Is it the
I
jobs
think we
delineated
don't. I
here?
think that's the issue. We don't know. Some of the other communities list, for instance, the village engineer.
Okay, well,
We had a village engineer for years who didn't live in the village. So I'm just thinking forward. It really has less to do with what we're doing tonight than what we should be doing thinking about this.
Unfortunately, like I said, the county they said, talk to your attorney.
Any questions about what we're doing today?
And then they have their own rules that they apply. So,
All right, anybody in the audience? Nobody?
Trustee Natchez has a
Trustee
question.
Natchez, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with the concept. What I'm concerned about is I don't know what a village office is. When I've asked the question, I've been told it's defined in the state law. I don't know, I still don't have a clear answer as to what positions are considered a village office.
Bob, could you reiterate what you said at the beginning?
yeah, it's not entirely clear. There's not a list in the statute that says the following are the officers and there are no others. The definition depends on whether the individual with the position exercises discretionary authority. And oftentimes what happens is we can say the position does not. And if county civil service says it does, well, then county civil service controls because they have to certify the appointment.
But if I read the law, the proposed draft of editing the existing law, which I'm in favor of, don't misunderstand me. I think in this day and age, particularly with the cost of living in Mamaroneck versus other areas, it's a necessary thing to do. What I'm concerned is I think we have, well, I don't know, that's the question. What other employees would qualify as a office and where it's not named in this residency waiver? And that's my, I think we need to be really looking hard at what we are doing to try and make it more, if we're going to do it, to make it broader, to allow a bigger employment pool, which is what I think, Dan, you're saying. I think that's what staff is asking for. Am I right?
Hold on. It's my understanding that this was staff's recommendation, that these named officers are staff's recommendation. And because they have discretionary authority, they fit under that umbrella. So let's try and solve the problem that's been identified. And if there are other problems in the future, they can be solved in the future. But to look for more problems when this is what staff has identified as the current problems and conditions that need to be rectified.
The issue I'm asking, Tom, is if we have that issue now, I would rather solve the issue, on a broader basis. What I'm hearing is that we have positions that are open, and in order to get a larger employment pool, it would be better, to follow this route. I don't have a problem with that. What I want to know is, do we have issues with other employment positions in this village that qualify as offices? Because I don't understand that term, and I don't mind trying to support it, but I'm trying to, make it clearer so we really know where we are, and make it more broader.
Okay, I don't think they have an answer for you tonight, and this is what's in front of us tonight.
If we don't have an answer, the question is, how can we get an answer? Bob, do you have an approach that could give us an answer?
Well, I think the question you asked was not a legal question, it was a practical question. What positions does the administration have a problem filling because of the residency requirement? And I'm assuming that the ones that were on the list that the staff presented were the ones with respect to which there's a problem. And if there were others, they would ask, and we could address it that way.
I would suggest passing this so that they could hire who they need to hire, and then ask them to review if there are others, because it's not a hard law to do, obviously. And Ms. Roney has her hand up.
I'd just like to point out that I think Trustee Lucas brought up the engineer who has discretionary authority, and the floodplain administrator has discretionary authority with permits. And off the top of my head, if you think about who administers permits and has discretionary authority, there are many more officers or offices in the village that has discretionary authority. And I think what is being suggested is why not be all inclusive with one law when you've had to notice it?
Yeah, we understand that what's being suggested. What we're trying to do is fill an immediate problem that is apparent in the building department.
Yeah.
Understood, Mayor Murphy, but the problem is whenever a law is done and we do the immediate problem, there are unintended consequences going forward in the future.
Yeah, there's always unintended consequences of complications too, which is what has happened quite often in this community by making things more complicated. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the building department personnel was an issue that was brought up by Westchester County. That's the issue we're trying to address. And as I've said, we've tried to get further clarification because we're not trying to divine the answer from the ether. I mean, but Bob is a municipal attorney with decades of experience. I think we're working our best to try and define this, but without, guidance from other levels, we're addressing the issues that we believe need to be addressed right now, which are those who have that authority.
And I appreciate the work that you put into it. Trustee Natchez.
Dan, I agree. And I understand the quote, the immediacy issue. But there's a broader issue here. I think, we all got an email a while back regarding the court positions within the court where people are do not live in the village. I don't know whether we need waivers for this or not, but I don't want to do a piecemeal thing, and I think that's the wrong approach. So we know who, I don't know what discretionary authority actually really means. I have an idea, but I bet if each one of us had to define it, we would define it differently. And maybe that's part of the problem.
Probably not.
But it seems to me that, I would like to get if we have issues with staff that are not in the village, and then, then this would apply to them if they are considered to be quote officers, offices. Um,
The court clerks and the assistant court clerks, the board has already adopted local laws waiving those residency requirements. We have no issue with court staff right now in terms of the universe of employees we can recruit from, as long as they comply with. the local
I
laws.
thought part of the memo had to do with the court cashier position.
Yeah, but no, I don't think I say anything about the
I don't
court.
see it as discretionary.
Yeah, that's taking payments and making change, I do not believe is discretionary. I mean,
No.
and I don't think there's anything, and I think that with the court clerks and assistant court clerks, there's specific mention of them and how they're appointed in state law, which is a little different. I don't want to.
They're appointed by the mayor.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think this is a bigger issue that we probably have to do some more research on, but it doesn't stop us from passing this law so we can get the building department back
Agreed.
up and running.
Yeah, that's it.
All right. Then I need a motion to close this public hearing.
So moved.
Second,
What we call?
Trustees Young,
Yes.
trustee Natchez,
No,
trustee Lucas,
yes.
trustee Tofor,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yeah, aye. Okay, now I will make a motion to adopt proposed local law A 2022 on residency requirements for certain village officers. Can you just second?
Second.
Augustino?
Trustees Young,
Yes.
Natchez,
yes,
Lucas,
Yes, and I would just, ask that the staff see if it's possible to get clarification, from the county to the best we can. And report back. Thanks.
Tofor,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Thank you. Order the bills. 2A, resolution. Authorize to fund previously approved audio recording system for the Village of Mamaroneck Police Department. This is what we approved to buy at the last meeting, right?
Yes.
Okay. And it's transferring $26,140 from the general fund to the police department contract service. It's for the Nixle system to record both phone calls and radio transmissions in the Village of Mamaroneck Police Department. Any questions or concerns? Have a motion, please.
So moved.
Second,
Augie, please call the roll.
Trustees Young,
Yes.
Natchez,
yes,
Lucas,
yes.
Tofor,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Abstract of manual vouchers tonight, is that next? Yeah. Abstract of manual vouchers tonight comes to $133,149.35. Are there any questions or concerns on the vouchers? I'd like a motion, please.
So moved.
Second,
Augie, please.
Trustees Young,
Yes.
Natchez,
yes,
Lucas,
yes.
Tofor,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Abstract of audited vouchers, and tonight's grand total is a whopping $1,908,383.46. Does anybody have any questions or concerns? I'll make the motion.
Second.
Augie, please.
Trustees Young,
Yes.
Natchez,
yes,
Lucas,
Yes.
Tofor,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Okay, item 3A is on hold. Item 4A, smoking policies. There's a law in front of us. And I think there's some confusion about the law because what we have in front of us doesn't specifically say this prohibits. And Bob, could you explain what's going on here?
Yes, Mayor. When we draft the local law, we put in the part of it that's changed. So we don't have a long law with only a little piece changed. The preamble to this, before you get to item A, B, C, D, E, F, et cetera, is this is 260-3 of the code. It's entitled prohibitions. And what it says is the following acts are prohibited within village parks and no person shall. And then you start with smoke, et cetera. Smoke or burn tobacco. That's why it's a prohibition. The prohibition is not in this subsection. It's in the main section.
Okay, so because I think people were reading this
Would,
and didn't see the header
Yeah.
yeah,
because it's not on, and thought that we were passing a law to allow all these
Oh.
activities to happen in the village of Mamaroneck.
Yep.
And if you're watching and you have that impression, I understand how you got the impression, but that is not the case here, I guarantee you. The object of this law, which we're only setting a public hearing on tonight, this isn't the public hearing, we're setting a date for the public hearing. The object of this law is to ban the smoking of any substance in our parks. Vaping, marijuana, cigarettes, God knows what they'll be smoking next. So that is where we are. And if there's confusion on that, I understand the confusion, but I give you my word, that is not what this law is about. We have Mr. Tippett, the frequent flyer miles here. Please unmute, Glenn. Oh, no, do I have to do it? Hold on. Yeah, Glenn, can you unmute? Glenn? Now you just muted yourself, Glenn.
Well,
Yeah, now you got it. Now you don't got it. You keep hitting the button, back off, pal. Try it again, Glenn. Okay. He's not muted on our end, right, Augie?
No.
Glenn, it's on your end to mute.
am I good?
Now you're good. Don't touch anything.
Okay.
Okay, there it is.
I just want to reiterate, as of right now, we do not enforce any smoking laws in any of our parks. I have a FOIA request to see the last time any police officer or anybody in the village wrote a ticket for smoking. I suspect I'm going to have a very short list. So I suggest, as part of the law, that enforcement is only, we're going to tell you, please put the cigarette out. You don't have to ID, which turns into a Terry stop, which turns into a police interaction. Please put the cigarette out. You're going to have to be very active about placing signs all over the place to let people know where they can smoke and where they can't smoke, because as mentioned, I come off the train, I'm in the parking lot next to the park. Is that where I can't smoke? It just, you know, you can put it in there. As of now, nobody enforces it. Unless somebody calls in and complains and it's next to a playground or something, just, you know, as part of the law, be smart. And, you know, we're only looking for selective enforcement here in selective areas, and write the law as such. It says, hey, you know, somebody is doing it, you go up, you tell them, please stop. And only if they want to continue to do it, does that turn into you're going to get a ticket. Thank you.
I think, Glenn, what you're mentioning is called police discretion. And I think 99% of the time, that's probably what happens. If somebody's smoking a cigarette in a park, the cop or the park ranger goes up and says, hey, you're not allowed to smoke. And if the person puts out the cigarette, that's the end of the interaction. So I just want to point out that that's what I believe from my discussions with the chief is going on right now. The next up is Ms. Roney. Can you unmute her, Drew? Ms. Roney, can you unmute yourself?
I do have a question for you to consider. Employees such as the harbor master and staff or recreation department and staff. If any of those people are smokers and they're not allowed to smoke in the park, that means they have to leave the park to have a cigarette break, correct?
I guess it's a fair point.
Yeah, but you know,
There's no designated,
as an employee, as an employer, that's really their decision to be a smoker, and they'll have to smoke on their lunch hour.
well, my point is that, you know, there's no designated smoking area for employees that are in Harbor Island Park, is
Nope.
what I'm asking.
Nope.
No, so this law eliminates smoking in the park for employees, residents, and anybody who wants to smoke anything they want.
There was no exemption before. This isn't changing that. Right now, there's no exemption for employees.
Understood, but it places employees who smoke that work in the village, you know, leaving their posts to go smoke somewhere.
It doesn't change how they've been operating now. They're not allowed to smoke in the park now.
Okay,
Mr. and or Mrs. Abadi.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Hi, it's Laura Body. How are you?
Hi, Laura, how are you?
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification in regard, because I think many of us were reading it entirely wrong. And I do know that it's an important situation because of, you know, new laws that have been passed. But it's not a cookie cutter situation either. Like Scarsdale kind of did something to curtail the whole situation, because it should be in public areas, because the situation that could occur differently from the harbor, that could occur to Armand Genunzio Park or somewhere in that area. If you're excusing somebody from the park for smoking and they move onto the sidewalk in front of the park to smoke, we're not solving the issue. If we have people moving onto a sidewalk in front of a park to smoke. So like in front of public parks, there should be no public smoking in that whole area of a public park, sidewalk, street, wherever it may be. Because like we're kind of like moving, we're gonna end up moving that situation to somewhere else. Even if you're on Mamaroneck Avenue, our life has changed. We're outdoor dining, you know, to have somebody smoking anything while you're trying to eat or drink or partake, it's infiltrated. And I don't know if it's something that you can consider in a whole to try to enforce this, because if you are, like, we clean the parks here in the flats twice a year, and I can build a home on the cigarette butts that I collect and bag and clean for the parks department in my own neighborhood. So it's a definite unbalance, and might be a lot different than what's happening at the harbor or Gillies Park or maybe Jefferson Park that's happening here as far as smoking. So it's something to consider and go to the table, because if you're smoking pot in the park and you tell them you can't do that and they move over to the sidewalk to smoke pot in front of the park, how are we solving the issue?
Okay, thank you. Okay. Seeing no more hands up, this is scheduling a public hearing for February 14th, Valentine's Day.
Can I say something?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I support having a public hearing, because as you can see, people are interested in this, and they know the law is not being enforced now. So you're rewriting a law that's already being ignored. And I would hope that we can get to a place where we can do a comprehensive review of what's permitted in the parks and really focus in on the behaviors that people care about. And I would wish that that littering would be part of that. But I don't necessarily think that adding marijuana to a list of things that are already prohibited but are smoked anyway is not really going to accomplish anything but make us feel like we're doing something when we're really not. So I support a public hearing, and I would like people to weigh in on this and see if we can get a handle on this issue and not just tinker at the edges of it.
Okay, can we let Mr. O'Connor speak? I know he's just getting home from work.
Hey, Tom, how are you?
Good morning, Tim. Good morning. Good evening, Tim. How are you?
Yeah, so I agree with Trustee Young there. You know, maybe we should put it out, open it up a little bit more, look at this a little bit, get more input. But we need to put more teeth into the law of this header. You know, why can't we add something to the effect of no smoking, yada, 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 within 100 feet of the park? That way it's outside the perimeter of the park. That way there is no smoking inside of any of the public parks. And that way what we're telling them is, hey, you know, this smoking issue doesn't need to be here in a public forum where people congregate to enjoy the outdoors. So why can't we put an ironclad on this, more teeth to sink into this law?
I don't know. It's hard to tell people they can't smoke anywhere.
Well, I mean, we know what we're doing, right? So, you know, basically what we don't want is, you know, that the marijuana stuff in our public parks, right? That's what this is all really all about, I think. So why don't we just push this perimeter out in the street, take it 100 yards out and just say there's no smoking period within that area?
Thank you. All right. I need a motion to set the public hearing for February 14th.
So moved.
I'll second. Augie, call.
Trustees Young,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Nora, you're muted.
Trustee Lucas,
She said yes, yes, she has it. She's muted.
Yes.
Trustee Tofor,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Thank you. Thank you all for, and remember to come on Valentine's Day. Resolution authorizing execution of 2022 service agreement with Millennium Strategies. Dan, Millennium Strategies are the folks that we use to apply for grants. Is that true?
That is correct, Mr. Mayor.
And we have had more than a banner year this year.
That is an understatement, Mr. Mayor. We,
And the Village of Amerenik has received $5,726,147.70 in grants this year,
Wow.
not counting the CDGB money.
Wow.
So we've been blessed. And
It's,
our residents have been blessed. So would you explain a tiny bit about this contract?
Sure. Millennium Strategies is the grant writer that we have retained for the village. They meet with us. They give us leads on various grant programs that are available to municipalities. They prepare and guide the application process, make sure that everything is addressed in our grant applications, whether it be, you know, for grants of $6 million or $6,000. It's been, they've been doing it all for us for the past several years. You know, for the service, we paid $3,000 a month, which I guess is about 1/3 of 1% of what we've earned in grants this year or last year.
Okay, thank you, Danny.
Can I ask how much they charge? Well, how much does these guys cost?
It's $3,000 a month, so it's $36,000 a year.
Not a bad investment. Any questions or concerns? Anybody want to make the motion?
So moved.
I'll second. Well, thank you, Nora. Augie, please.
Trustees Young,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
Tofor,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy?
Aye, thank you. Resolution authorizing execution of planning service agreement with AKRF. The village does not currently have a full-time planner, which is something we should address the budget season. Right now, we are using AKRF, who are a very skilled planning agency. Dan, you have any comments about this?
None, we've been, satisfied with them. They're holding their rates for calendar year 2022. It's a retainer through July, and then transitions to a month-to-month contract for the remainder of calendar year 2022. Should the village wish to continue on with them.
Thank you. Questions or concerns?
Nope, they're doing a good job.
Somebody like to make a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, or we call roll.
Trustees Young,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
Tofor, Mayor Murphy?
Aye. Next up, resolution authorizing reinstatement of salary increases for non-represented
No.
staff.
No,
Oh, I'm
no,
sorry,
no.
did I skip one?
Yeah.
Yes, I did. Oh, I skipped the
Correct.
important one. Woo-hoo! Environmental Committee would string me up. This is a resolution authorizing the village manager to designate food scraps as recyclable items in the village of Mamaroneck. There was a group of young people who were operating a food scrap collection business. They were high school students. They all went on to graduate, and obviously they can't do this from their dorm rooms all over the country. And this was a very successful program. The Environmental Committee is very, very keen on it. They push for it. We've received scores of letters in support of having a food scraps recycling program in the village of Mamaroneck. This is something you're going to be able to sign up for. But right now, what we're doing, and only thing we're doing tonight, is designating food scraps as a recyclable item. So, any questions or concerns?
Which means then we can figure out some way to have a system to pick it up.
Exactly.
But
We are
people will
we
still
are
be able
important.
to drop it off on their own if they want to.
Yes, this will allow our employees to pick it up.
Just to note that I believe Sally sent out the revised resolution
Mm.
that was amended at the board's request at work session.
Yes, she
Right.
did.
I also attached it to the agenda.
Okay.
You're welcome.
And that was based upon good counsel by Trustee Tofor.
Dan.
Dan, you have your hand up?
Yeah, I think this is great, but I'd like to know how many people actually have signed up for the program this year? Do we actually have a number? I think that's helpful to have. I think the public should know as well. I don't know if Ellen, I see in the audience, I don't know if she has that answer.
I don't think she does off the top of her head. I think it was a couple hundred. Well, she's got a hand up. Wait up. I got one. Ellen, I'll mute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, so ASAP Scraps had 100 households in their customer base. And then we know that there are people beyond that that just drop off on their own. So we don't have a hard number on how many people are using the municipal food scrap recycling service. But we do keep track of the tonnage. And I'd say it ranges between 3.5 and 5.5 tons per month of food scraps that are disposed of at the DPW.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was just going to go on to say that my strong belief is that when there is a municipal pickup service, those numbers will increase substantially.
I tend to agree with you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for all your help on this.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you.
Okay.
But I think that the staff at DPW has tried to keep a list of people to get a sense of how many people come. So I would bet Robert would be able to give you that information.
I can ask Mark.
Yeah, like I said, I think
And
he's,
I'm sorry, go ahead, Nora. I'm sorry.
no, I think he's tried to, kind of he knows who's doing it, and I think he's trying to keep a list of people who are coming regularly, so. Maybe
Thank you.
Tony asked him, but I think he could supplement that.
Yes, I think you're right. I think it's going to be a successful program. I think we'll be the third community in Westchester County to do it. And I think that that's all together fitting because we are a progressive community. And I want to thank the village manager, Jerry Barbario, for coming up with this solution to how it can be done within the confines of our collective bargaining agreement. So I'd be happy to make that motion.
Second,
Mr. Fusco.
Trustees Young,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
yes,
the four,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Happily, yes. Thank you all very much. Okay, there are 3 items that are going to be added to the agenda. We talked about them before. The first item is item.
Mayor, are we
4.
doing 4E?
yeah.
Oh, yeah, geez. I'm sorry, Sally.
No worries.
Sorry. Now, you keep reminding me, Sally, what's going on? Sally keeps sending me texts to remind me to do stuff. And you made me forget this, Sally.
I don't think so. No.
Item 4E, which let me explain briefly what happened. When we were filling out our budget, or making our budget in March of 2020, it looked like we were really in trouble because of the anticipated tax revenue losses. Because obviously in March of 2020, that's when the COVID pandemic took hold. Everybody tightened their belt considerably. The unrepresented staff, that means the staff of the Village of Mamaroneck who don't belong to unions, were scheduled to get a 2% raise like the unions. In a budget cutting measure, we decided to just give them a 1% raise because we didn't know, how hard COVID was going to hit. Thankfully, COVID did not really hit us that hard. We didn't really have that much of an impact in revenue, and we are rebounding nicely. And so what we decided was the fair thing to do was to those folks who had sacrificed, we were going to bring them back to where they should be and do it retroactively. And we appreciate their forbearance. And a lot of these people don't make a ton of money, and it's only 1% raise, but it's going to help folks. And I'm happy to do it because these are hardworking people who really go out of their way for this community and really did a lot during COVID and risked their own health. And some of them actually got sick doing it, and they deserve what they have coming to them. So any questions or concerns?
No.
Mr. Tippett has his hand up. Yeah, Glenn?
Yeah, a couple of quick questions. How much is the total amount cost-wise? Is that just going to be given like as a stipend, a one-time addition to a check? And is that coming out of the general fund?
It's 23,800. Augie, is it coming out of general fund?
Yes.
Yes. 23,800 coming out of the general fund. Okay.
Mhm.
Okay, I will happily make that motion and thank these employees.
Second.
Augie?
Trustees Young,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes,
the four, Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Pardon me. Okay. The next up is an add item to the agenda, item 4F, and we're going to be adding the item about the trucks. So I need a motion to add an item to the agenda.
so moved.
Second.
All in favor of adding the item to the agenda?
Aye.
Next, the item that we are going to be voting on is to replace two truck. Dan Sonoff, why don't you give us the lowdown? You know it better than me.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's to replace one truck in the Parks Department, truck number 52, which was scheduled for replacement next fiscal year, which begins June 1 of 2022. And to purchase a new truck for the police department to aid in hazard response. As far as the police vehicle, as far as the vehicles in general, this is going to be the last opportunity to purchase trucks for the foreseeable future. The 2022 model year is built out. These are the last two trucks we think we'd be able to purchase probably and have delivered for probably the next 12 to 15 months. The 2023 models are not out yet, nor is the contract pricing, which I would imagine is going to be higher in 2023 than it is in 2022, given current trends in inflation. Sorry about that. Again, the one truck is a F-250 for the Parks Department to replace an existing truck, which has a cracked brake line, a cracked exhaust, and has suffered extensive rust damage. And for the police department, it's a Ford F-150, which will be outfitted with ancillary equipment to aid in emergency response.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or concerns?
Were we getting rid of the old vehicle, selling it?
Yes, when we purchase a new vehicle, or replacement vehicle, the old vehicle will be put out to auction. So there will be resolutions on upcoming board meetings to declare certain trucks as surplus property. And we sell them. Yeah. Okay.
Just curious. Yeah, now, given the pictures, I don't think you can get much for it.
Yeah,
But,
if you look at the backup and you look at the pictures
yeah.
that the Parks foreman has supplied, the whole under chassis and the brake housing and all is all rusted out.
Backups on the work session, though. It's not.
I'm sorry, what, Nora?
Backups on work session, in case people are interested.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mr. Tippett?
Yes.
Glenn, you got your hand up?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, so just a little bit, I read the backup. So what happened is that we had ordered a pickup truck, and then they were acquiring about more equipment, and Ford accidentally wrote down 2 pickup trucks. And because we had to replace the truck next year anyway, and because the price is advantageous this year, and with supply train problems, Ford said that they would honor the 2 pickup trucks, and that's why there's a time base on it. So basically, we're ordering the pickup truck a year early, but there's no guarantee that we're not going to get it until the next year anyway, because it takes so long for them to finish the equipment. Would that be about right?
Yeah, I believe that's what Mr. Sonoff explained. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's a smart purchase. I mean, we're waiting for stuff that we ordered, 15 months ago.
Okay.
So it makes sense, and it's not going to hit the budget for another 2 years anyway once it gets bonded. So,
All right.
smart deal.
Thank you. Okay. I need a motion to approve this.
So moved.
Okay, Lou made the motion, Nora second. Call it, Augie.
Trustees Young, Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
the floor,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Okay, the next item is 4G, is to add an item to the agenda, and the item will be designating a chair of the traffic commission. Need a motion to add the item to the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor of adding this item to the agenda?
Aye.
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 Okay, I make a motion that the village board of Mamaroneck appoint Mr. Brian Williams as chair of the traffic commission.
So moved.
Okay, Nora second. Augie call motion.
Trustees Young,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes,
the four,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Okay, item 4I is to add a member of the Arts Council. I need a motion to add that to the agenda.
So moved.
Nora
Second.
seconded. All in favor of adding that?
aye.
Aye. You know what? I'm gonna back up. Robert has his hand up and I'm gonna give him a chance to speak. Robert?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, you're on.
The other issue with the Traffic Commission was the tentative cancellation of our February and March meetings, number one. Number two, the additional training that we had requested. Have those issues been resolved? We have a meeting coming up shortly.
Not that I know of, but I'll look into it.
How could you not be aware of that?
You know what, Robert, you asked me if they've been resolved and I
Well-
said I didn't know if they'd been resolved.
Ask Lou.
Okay.
They have not been resolved. We've asked staff to look into getting you guys up and running, and we appointed a chairman. That was our business for tonight.
Well, I mean, if they need help, you know, I had said this to you, if you need help having someone run the meeting, I'm happy to do that.
Commission's running online. I'm hosting one soon, but is it the policy as a whole that all the commissions are running?
Online, yeah.
If the trustee liaison
Let's
are willing to do, the issue was having to do with staff overtime.
Right.
And so if the trustee liaisons were willing to host the meetings could go forward. So
I think Nora, Dan, and I have been
that's
hosting. it.
basically, you know, whether Lou's schedule would permit it, and he has the time and inclination to do it or not, that's all.
This was this had to do with training for the chairman. Am I correct? Robert, are you there?
No, training for all of us. We're all relatively new,
I see. So
including
that would
you.
have to be, the staff is going to have to get involved in that. I mean, that's, I think we need to talk to Jerry or Dan about that. I would like to see the commission get up and running as soon as possible. I'm absolutely willing to learn what I need to learn to host a meeting. That's not the issue. The issue is that they want to know how it functions, and they're all new. They're all new.
Okay.
And I'm
Jerry sent an email to all the traffic members asking us to answer certain questions and to respond. We did that a week ago. We're waiting to hear back from Jerry.
Yeah,
Jerry's
yes, hold on,
ill
hold on,
right
hold on.
now. Yeah.
Jerry is out sick. And he's been out sick for probably since after he sent that email. I explained that at the beginning of the meeting, that he's a very ill man and he's not here tonight.
So
And consequently, we can't ask him to raise from the dead to, not the dead, I'm sorry, raise from the
No,
sick
don't say
bed
that.
to answer all these questions. And I'm sorry that it's an inconvenience, but people get sick.
So
You know, I think that in terms of training, you know, there isn't real training for traffic commissions per se. There's training that we haven't done in a while in open meetings law, which would be good for all the boards.
Yep.
There's NICOM training about minutes. There are things we can do, and I'm willing to help because Jerry's busy. I'm willing to help.
You know what? Shannon Purdy can train them in traffic. And I'm sure she'd be willing to do it.
Yeah.
I've already contacted her. I'm waiting for her to get back to me for help.
Okay, I'll contact her.
Great.
Yeah, we're
I have
on it,
one other
Robert. We're trying.
question.
We're trying.
So am I.
Okay, good. Thank you.
I believe there's a sign on the entrance to the regatta where you guys are working that says masks are required by everybody. Why don't the three of you wear masks? Doesn't say that.
You know what?
You're not sitting behind that glass
Yeah, we are.
constantly.
When we get
You're
up. we
setting a
put on
bad
the mask.
example. You're setting a bad example
You know,
for not complying with village rules.
Thank you, thank you. You're off topic on all three of your issues. We're here to talk about appointing a traffic commission. But thank you for your input.
You're welcome.
I need a motion to appoint Mr. Williams. Do we have?
So moved, so moved.
Second,
Augie call.
Trustees Young,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
yes,
the four,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Okay, the last item is to add, no, where are we on?
arts.
You made a motion to add item for arts to appoint an arts chair. Now you have to nominate the arts chair, make a motion it and vote on it.
Okay, I make a motion. We've added the item, right?
Yes.
I make a motion to add Ms. Piper Stevens to the Arts Council.
So moved.
Second,
All in favor? No, call the roll. I'm sorry, call the roll.
Trustees Young,
Aye.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
yes,
the four,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Communication to the board. All right, Glenn. Give Glenn a shot here.
Gotta unmute himself.
Glenn, you gotta unmute yourself.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, a couple of things. In a work session, you were speaking about how you're going to be spending your cash. The America money back. Understand, as you planned, you are getting a second payment in June. So you don't have a single payment. You've gotten one payment. You have a matching payment coming to you in June. And you should take that into account when you talk about the plans. Victor was talking about the flooding. There are certain other flooding outside of the river that you have to look at. One would be Stanley Avenue. Stanley Avenue flooding has nothing to do with the river flooding. It's on the other side of the railroad tracks. What can be done over there to help with that flood mitigation? That might be something that you look at. Revere Road, you know, it's the turn in the bend. Is that part of the is that going to be part of the engineers look? You have a whole wooded section by the highway over there that you might be able to dig out, open up, and cause a pond effect that might slow the going over the banks and flooding out on Revere Road. So there's different aspects in different areas that don't necessarily have to do with the Corps of Engineers doing that you could look at to mitigate your flooding throughout the village. And like I said, you don't just have one payment, you have two payments. Again, and this goes to flooding and this goes to affordable housing. I would like the board to look at raising the limits on how high you can build a home or a building in the flood area. I've mentioned this before. If somebody wants to take their home and build it 12 feet or 15 feet high, up to 15 feet out of the flood area, give them an extra 15 feet so they don't lose the entire second floor. They're going to lose their basement. They're going to lose the first floor. Let the first floor become the second floor become the third floor, and have an attic. And anywhere, you know, if they raise the house 10 feet, you give them an extra 10 feet. If they want to raise their house or building an extra 15 feet, you allow them at the height limitation to go up for that amount in the flood district. It should also go for apartment buildings, because as of now, if I wanted to build a 6-story apartment building, I would have to raise my building out of the flood. I could have parking on the bottom, but I'm going to lose a certain amount of apartments because I have to build above the floodplain. And the perfect example is on Van Rans, you have an application right now. And they're talking about building higher, but there's a limit. So their mechanicals could actually still be in a flood. Where if they were allowed to raise their building even 5 feet higher, they could take all the mechanicals and make sure nothing gets flooded if that project ever goes through. So it's something at least debate. Why not? You have to be in the flood district. You have to be in the floodplain. That if you wish to raise your house by X amount of feet, we will allow you to go above what the current limit is, capped at 15 feet. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Reports from the village manager. Dan, you have anything to add?
Nothing to report, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Report from the clerk treasurer.
Yes, Mayor, we have a resignation from the Recreation and Parks Commission, Jamie Feinstein. We also have a notice of defect. Resident mailed in the corner of Tompkins and Beach. There's a metal covering in the sidewalk that has heaved and created a trip hazard. Additionally, the entire grade is significantly rusted out and created a gap that could easily trip someone up.
That's obviously been forwarded to DPW.
Yes.
Okay. As the village attorney.
Nothing from me tonight, Mayor.
Minutes, boards, commissions, committees. Minutes of Board of Trustees work session, regular meeting of January 10th, 2022. Minutes of the planning board meeting of December 8th, 2021. Minutes of the Board of Architecture review of December 16th, 2021. Minutes of the budget committee of November 3rd, 2021. All righty. Hope you all stay safe. I hope you all stay healthy. And I'll see you all on Valentine's Day. I need a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second,
All in favor?
Aye.
Good night.
good night.
That's what we're out of.